Welcome everybody to the November 6th, 2025 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we get the roll call of members, please?
Rich John.
Here.
Ann Corman. Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Dan Nolan.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shirtliff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here. 13 members present. We have a quorum. Okay, we have 3 proclamations / recognitions tonight. Let's start with the Veterans Day proclamation. Deborah Dawson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to read this whole thing because it's quite long. Whereas for 2.5 centuries, the United States Armed Forces have stood as a steadfast shield of liberty, defending our nation's ideals and securing peace at home and abroad. And whereas this year marks the 250th anniversary of the 1775 founding of the U.S. Army on June 14th, the U.S. Navy on October 13th, and the U.S. Marine Corps November 10th, all established by the Continental Congress during the American Revolution. And whereas the men and women of the armed forces, past and present, answer the call of duties in times of war and peace, often at great personal cost, to uphold the freedoms and values that define our society. And whereas we recognize not only those in uniform, but also the families, veterans, and communities who support them, forming the backbone of our nation's defense and resilience. And whereas, in celebrating this Veterans Day, November 11th, 2025, Tompkins County acknowledges the pride in its veterans, active duty service members, military families, and community members who honor their contributions with gratitude and respect. And whereas in reaching this milestone, all Tompkins County residents are invited to reflect on the enduring courage, sacrifice, and commitment of our service members, past and present. And whereas in honoring the sacrifices, achievements, and true spirit of America's warriors, Tompkins County residents are called upon to switch at least one public-facing light bulb to green in observation of Operation Greenlight, to show visible support for our veterans community during the second full week of November and beyond. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature commemorates the 250th anniversary of 3 founding branches of this nation's military, and resolve further that the Tompkins County Legislature hereby proclaims, recognizes, and designates November 9th through 15th, 2025 as Veterans Week in Tompkins County, and invites all to reflect on the enduring courage, sacrifice, and commitment of our service members, and also urges all residents to join in honoring their legacy, valor, and unwavering service to our community and nation. Whereas, or in witness whereof, Dan Klein will affix the Great Seal of Tompkins County.
Thank you, Deborah. And we have J.R. Claiborne, Department Head of the Department of Veteran Services for the county. Deborah, do you want to present the?
Sure.
It's up to you.
Ooh, lost my shoe. I feel like Cinderella.
Hang on, stand by. There's a camera coming. It's coming.
Thank you.
JR?
All right, thank you, and good evening, everybody.
Pull the mic over.
There, can you hear me now? Good evening, everyone. Whoa.
Good evening.
There. Good evening. All right.
Good evening.
The meeting just started. Hey, the night's just getting going, right? I think it'll stay there. So, hey, thank you. I just want to say I continue to express my appreciation for your passing this proclamation. This is something that our community, I think, appreciates being able to see. This is a tangible demonstration of the county's support for our veterans community. Each time we have things like this, it is something that lets more and more of our community know that Tompkins County does indeed appreciate those who have served our country in uniform, and the most important is that many of our veterans have returned home or have calling Tompkins County their new home. And a lot of us as our Commissioner, Reverend Viviana DeCohen, she's the Commissioner of the Department of Veteran Services for New York State. She likes to often point out that people who have served in the military not only stop serving when they leave the military, they continue to serve the community in various ways. And I think we've seen a good demonstration of that for how many years now in the legislature? And so, 8 years and counting. Congratulations. And so we see things like this where our veterans community does continue to give back. And things like this actually help us to show that. And just to show also the appreciation with my department is we have a few things happening in the next week. There are a lot of things going on around the county. In particular, I'd like to call attention to the events that are happening on Veterans Day, Tuesday the 11th. There are traditional ceremonies that are happening around the county. In particular, we have at 11 o'clock at DeWitt Park, also at the Village Green in Dryden, and at the Groton American Legion. And I know there are others, but at least want to put those out there, let people know that if you do want to go out and try and express your support or appreciation for our veterans community, those are opportunities. We also have something happening at GIAC that we're co-sponsoring with Delta Sigma Theta Sorority. That's going to be at 1 o'clock at Great Earth Activity Center, and we're going to be honoring our women veterans. So that is a public invitation for people who'd like to come and see that. We're going to screen clips of the movie 6888, as well as have a talk back from some women veterans and hear their experiences. And then lastly, on the 14th, which is Friday, we're having our first Veterans Expo. We're capitalizing on this being the 250th anniversary of 3 of our branches of the military, and so we're trying to expand our Veterans Resources Fair to really show the community what it is that is offered for resources for our veterans around Tompkins County. So again, I thank you all and look forward to seeing you at some of our events happening, and everyone as well. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Jared. Okay, now we have Veronica Pillar with a proclamation.
Thank you. This proclamation is for Native American Heritage Month, and I'm also going to read an abbreviated version. Whereas the members of the Tompkins County Legislature recognize that the indigenous peoples of the lands that would later become known as the Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial. And whereas the county recognizes the fact that we currently stand on the ancestral land of the Gayacono, also known as Cayuga Nation, and the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And whereas the county proposes to honor our nations, and more specifically Tompkins County's indigenous roots, history, and contributions, now therefore be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature does hereby proclaim the month of November 2025 as Native American Heritage Month in Tompkins County, and further encourage the inclusion of local indigenous history and culture in community education, such as the Gayacono Street Sign Project carried out by the Tompkins County Historical Commission, the History Center, the villages of Groton and Trumansburg, and the city of Ithaca in 2023, as well as other efforts to draw awareness to Gayacono as the proper name of the peoples otherwise known as the Cayuga, incorrectly named by colonizers. In witness whereof, Dan Klein has set his hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Tompkins County on this 6th day of November, 2025.
Thank you. Do we know if there's anyone here to receive this? We do not. Okay, very good. Thank you. The next one is not a proclamation, it's a recognition, and Rich John is going to read it.
Dan, thank you for letting me do this recognition as the legislative liaison to the Tompkins County Public Library. It is with some pride that we recognize 25 years at the Green Street location. And I won't read all the dates in the recognition, but it's a wonderful list, whoever actually did the research to put this together. Starting in 1864, this was one of the signal things that in a new city, in a new part of the new world, a library was deemed to be really important. And of course, Ezra Cornell helped start our library here, and it's continued all through to our present day. And I can certainly tell you, as the liaison and attending the board meetings, the passion surrounding our library continues. The true belief in how important a library is to community, and particularly I think in this time where there's lots of questions about where are we going as a community and a country, our library stands tall. And I'm just really proud and appreciative that I've been able to be a small part of keeping that flame alive. So, recognition, I'll read the resolve that the Tompkins County Legislature recognizes and celebrates the Tompkins County Public Library on the 25th anniversary at its current Green Street location.
Good.
I think we have some representatives.
Yeah, Liz Chabot and Tammy Drake. Liz is on the library board, and Tammy is a longtime staff person. And I'm told you were on staff when it was at the former location. All right, that's
37 years.
Yes.
37 years.
Yes,
Very cool.
Tammy is a 37-year employee of the library.
It's upside down.
Oh, yeah, let's put it right there.
Face the camera. And Liz, Tammy, you're welcome to speak. Anything you'd like to say?
I'll say a few words. Yes, I want to really recognize Tammy because in addition to being 25 years on Green Street, 12 years on Cayuga Street. So a long-serving and wonderful employee who's at our newly restored public service desk if you come into the library and you're a library user. We are celebrating our 25 years on Green Street on Saturday from 2 to 4. We will have 2 Ezra Cornells present. One is Ezra Cornell, the great-great-great-grandson of our founder, Ezra Cornell. The other Ezra Cornell is going to come in and is going to recognize that we've had a competition and we have new library cards that were designed by patrons and voted on by the community, and that will be displayed by our other Ezra Cornell. We will have historical displays. We will have folks demonstrating some of the wonderful services and resources that are available in the library. So we hope you'll stop by and enjoy our celebration of 25 years on Green Street. Thank you very much.
Very nice. Okay, we will be having one executive session. I'll announce the purpose at the end of the meeting. I'm not aware of any reordering of business tonight. Does anyone have any requests for reordering? Okay, we can always do that later. So we're now going to go to public privilege of the floor. This is the time when members of the public can come and speak to us about any topic they like, up to 3 minutes. If you're going to speak with us tonight, we ask that you fill out one of these blue forms. They're in the back of the room. Just fill it out and bring it up. And if you are going to speak, you're agreeing to the rules on this form, which I am now going to read out. I agree to a 3-minute time limit. I agree not to raise my voice. I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. After 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislators are speaking. I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. So I'll call you up. You can come up to either microphone in the back. There'll be a 3-minute timer running tonight. We got it running? Yes. And so, so you know how you're doing on time. First up, James Smith.
Hi, James Smith, paramedic. Remember when I jokingly suggested we should send some of your fly cars into the city with some of your budget people? I can give you 2.1 million reasons why we should have done that. But I'm here today. I had a great day. It reminded me of why I would like to do EMS. There was a bad accident in Newfield with entrapment. I was with a patient in CMC on a stretcher, realized I was probably the closest ambulance. I told the nurses there I needed to get a fast turnaround. They were terrific. Got a room, got the patient off the stretcher. We headed to that call. In the meantime, Tompkins County had a helicopter coming. Newfield was on the scene extricating the patient. And most importantly, Tompkins County EMS was on the scene taking care of the patient. Dan and Derek and Ellen did a terrific job. Dan Leonard, and I've got to make sure to say the full name, he was annoyed, I think, when I gave Derek a shout out last time. But terrific job, serious people taking care of the patients. You're responsible for that. Last night I told City Council how EMS in the city was overwhelmed on Halloween evening. Dryden and Trumansburg ambulance came in multiple times during that night. Trumansburg basically kept an ambulance there all night and took the gunshot victim to Robert Packard. I told all the council people about that during the comment section. Not one of them acknowledged what Trumansburg or Dryden had done for the city. I am here because in the spring, the city manager wrote that there was going to be a meeting to discuss the 55 dispatch codes that the Ithaca Fire Department no longer responds to, and they'd be vetted by a medical director. I have gotten no response from her. Her mission statement seems to be, hear no citizens, speak to no citizens, and see no evil $2 million budget errors. I'm hoping tonight that someone will ask Mr. Perez, was there a meeting? When did it occur? Or is there going to be a meeting, and on what specific date? Who is going to be the medical director vetting it? And why is it acceptable to call in Dryden and Trumansburg and not dispatch Ithaca Fire while our residents wait 25 minutes for them to get there? And they could also, we have a wonderful fire department, they could help them turn around and get back into their territory faster. It just seems a lack of respect to other communities not to do that. Ms. Pillar, I hope you bring this up here on the public safety meeting. You talk eloquently about a lot of subjects at the council meeting. You've been mute on this so far. We do have a new fire chief, just got appointed, Chief Moody. I think he's a very serious person. I'm hopeful we'll see some progress, but EMS is really challenged here, and I'm hoping that the city will become serious about it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to be here, but democracy is not functioning in the city.
That's right.
Next up, Zach Wynn.
Good evening. I'm unsure if it's being voted on this evening, but I would like to speak against the proposal to add the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director position to the county charter. This role is both costly and unnecessary, and cementing the role in the charter would be a mistake. And with the former DEI director gone, it would be an excellent opportunity just to eliminate the role entirely. A week ago, I sent you an article and legal document regarding a lawsuit filed by Downtown Ithaca Local Development against Vecino Group New York regarding conditions at the Estuary as they relate to the Downtown Ithaca Conference Center, which has seen its reputation and business devastated by what is going on at the site. Among other issues you are well aware of, like human waste, fires, and cockroach infestation, is mention of several deaths that have occurred in the building. With people dying at the Estuary on a frequent basis, I encourage you to keep the conditions at the Estuary and Conference Center at the forefront of your attention. The Conference Center, which is supported by the county room tax, has lost $1.2 million in the first 13 months of operation and is projected to lose $600,000 in 2026. This is in addition to the massive drain on first responder resources the location represents, as well as the cost in human lives. I again ask you to do whatever is within your power to get things at the Estuary building under control and bring Vecino into compliance. Thank you.
Just for information, we are not voting on the Chief Equity Diversity Officer resolution tonight. Next up, Amanda Kirsch-Gessner.
Good evening. I'm kind of shocked I managed to jump that line. Excited to hear what all these young people have to say to us tonight. There's a nice little front page article about who benefits from tax breaks. Cornell is so fed up of being told that they don't help enough that they've gone so far as to do an investigative, research into how abatements don't actually serve a purpose. And if we were actually managing our resources more responsibly, we probably wouldn't be sitting in the position we're in right now. I happened to look at the agenda. It was really light tonight. And I'm sure you're going to have a rousing conversation about how the sales tax report, I think, is over $500,000 short this month. Do people understand what that means? I remember when Martha Robertson was lauding how there was all this development because everything that was at the mall had moved into town and the sales tax was booming. People aren't coming to Ithaca. September is when all the students are back. They're not buying things here. This is a huge problem. I mean, it's like the elephant in the coal mine. So I hate to be doom and gloom, that. It's if people want to learn to grow food, ask me. If people want to learn how to build better relationships with people, ask me. I'm all about helping people connect with people who care about, I don't know, surviving the winter, because it's going to be cold soon, isn't it? But the long and the short of it is we don't need to approve $2.6 million to tear down buildings to start a center of government right now. That's a really poor allocation of resources. Please, you can table this one till there's a new legislature seated. If they decide to go ahead, I'll question their judgment also, but you don't need to leave this as your legacy. We can do better. I know we can, because we're smart people. We're resourceful people. We don't need to double down on, what do they say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. I have seen so many people show up at meetings and say, we don't want this project. I remember instead of Asteri, INHS had this sweet little proposal with Rockstream. It was 75 units with ground floor commercial. Can you imagine if they had expanded the commons and created something with a known entity? But instead we doubled down on the art house model in the middle of town. Why don't people listen to the people who show up here? I don't get it. I don't get it. And I've been showing up here for, 8, 9 years? It's been a minute. Anyway, I love you guys. I'm grateful that there are so many people here this evening. And please, let's not double down on stupid. Thank you.
Next up, Pei Sayinka Arowele. You're on.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to thank you first for your support of the office, the rehiring of the director of the Office of Human Rights. I, several years ago, traveled to South Africa with a group of faculty. For them, many of them, it was the first time they saw a powerful set of women in parliament. South Africa ranked in the top 10 countries with women in low and higher levels of parliament. Rwanda takes the first place each time, every year, for over 20 years. United States of America is ranked in 75 to 78th position in the world. What I'm talking about is what it takes to institutionalize equity and change. It takes a lot of work. You can make laws, but getting those laws to transform our society requires a vision of transformation. That is what the office of CEDO does in the county. It faces the county government and looks to how do we develop and transform so that one day our grandchildren can see a world where equity and diversity and inclusion becomes normalized. We cannot stay in that same position, ranking well below the poorest countries in the world. And that's a little shout out in terms of CEDO. Whenever you have to deal with that office, I'm hoping the legislature will put everything to support both offices, as well as the office of the Director of Human Rights. Here is a list of the requests that we received recently. We've not been able to answer that. That is what our full staff should be doing in the office. It is everything from people crying out for help regarding housing, their diversity, abuses at work, abuses in daycare centers, abuses in terms of discrimination at every level. We have student complaints. We have those who are complaining about faculty members. We are still working around the clock to help to support them. We need the legislature to say, at this time more than ever, we have a long-term vision of the United States. It's going to face the government of the county. It's also going to allow for people to help people in the county. There are two counties. There's the government, and there's also the people. The Office of Human Rights supports the people in the county who will deal with issues that no office of CEDAW can handle. CEDAW, however, is essential for the life and the heritage and the legacy of our future, transforming the government and the lives under which we live. So I'm asking the legislature to, I know it's a difficult time, budget speaking, but I think in terms of a dream, I'm asking you to have a dream of transforming our county to ensure that both in terms of the government and the people, we're able to meet the needs that we have in the county. Thank you so much for your support.
Next up is Silas.
Okay. Hi, it's getting cold now, and I wanted to voice a concern I have about our local homeless population and their pets. I have a friend who works in another county in a caseworker sort of role, and she has worked since the summer and has already seen 2 very important cases of already vulnerable people being in even tougher positions because no assisted housing will take pets, even if they're registered ESAs. One of those cases was a woman who was a domestic violence victim. Her pets were being held hostage, and she hoped to sneak out with her pets to a facility that would help her with that, and none would take her. A second one, it was also starting to get cold for her. She wanted to get into assisted housing because she wasn't able to pay her rent, but none of those programs would take her, and it was a big issue getting it sorted out. And I would be shocked if we don't have similar issues within our larger, more populated county. So I think that more should be done to think about these people and what kind of needs they have, especially when they have pets that support their mental health. And I also think that county doesn't have the Office of Human Rights, and we do. And I think more support should be given to this organization that helps these vulnerable people. Thank you.
Next up is Billy Wood.
Good evening. My name is Billy Wood, and I am a student journalist at Ithaca College. As a student journalist, it is very important to me that those practicing journalism in our great community can do so freely and without persecution. Right now, Americans are being stripped of the freedom to say and stand up against what we think is wrong. What we are also losing is the institutions close to us that have had the ability to do that job. Right there is a glaring problem with press freedom that, left unchecked, will allow governments at all levels in the United States to go unopposed and allow for many Americans to be left uninformed, unknowing of what the government is truly doing. Not only is protecting press freedom from government censorship important, but keeping journalism alive in the first place is a part of this as well. The United States has lost 1/3 of its local papers since 2005. This depletion of the media has been a result of changing models with the internet, but also suppression of public funds and support. Local papers and media are key to keeping people involved and informed at the local level, and that is very evident from the great papers in this area. It's for this reason that we must protect both journalists' ability to speak truth to power and the survival of the institution itself. Me and a group of other citizens are currently working on a compact between local New York State papers to support tax credits proposed by Congressman John Mannion this summer that would incentivize people to invest in our news institutions and keep our crucial flow of information alive. This compact will also help put in place protections for journalists between papers that will prevent those in the area from being intimidated into silencing journalists because of political differences. We hope this can set a precedent in this county where journalism can become strong and we ask that the legislature do their part in allowing freedom of speech in journalism by practicing fair press rule practices and not preventing any institution in the area from letting people know what is going on in the county. We also ask that the legislature consider these new ideas that could help keep journalism alive and bring the community closer together again, including Congressman Mannion's bill. We have seen what has happened at the national and state level, and we should not be foolish enough to think that press freedom cannot be impacted here. It is for this fact that we should get ahead of this issue and do all that we can to protect journalists in their work. We also stress the importance of maintaining the Human Rights Commission as it stands. They provide great resources to us in our fight for press freedom and are a vital resource for many in the community who have nowhere else to go. I would like to close by reminding the legislature that if governmental structures try to prevent journalists from covering something, it will just make journalists try even harder. Thank you.
Next up is Marshall Long.
Hello, I'm Marshall. I'm here to talk to you today about exclusion in sports. In the past year, we have seen the federal government target and bully multiple targeted populations. My family, my transgender brothers, sisters, and siblings are one such group. Much of the focus on transgender exclusion campaigns has to do with athletics and the participation in sports. As the vice president of the Ithaca College Club softball team, I've seen this legislation affect me and my teammates in real time. I played softball for nearly my whole life, and yet since February of this year, I'm no longer allowed to play because I'm a transgender man. I'm not the only one. Trans people and trans kids exist here in Tompkins County, and we need to do more for them. Exclusion from sports is exclusion from community as well as culture. Access to community and culture should be enshrined rights for everyone. Athletes don't just spawn out of thin air. They start playing as kids in local recreational leagues. In order to solve the issue of trans exclusion, or any exclusion in sports, we have to start at the source. I would like to introduce the concept of the right to play, which is a work in progress bill that I'm working on with some other associates of mine. When finished, I will make sure it gets to you guys. The right to play sports is not protected, and it should be. In brief, the bill would prevent the use of Section 4F facilities, which includes public parks, recreational areas, and refuges, for any local recreational sports leagues that have any rules preventing participation of an individual based on identity. If an organization discriminates based on identity, they can't rent the field. The right to play is a work in progress, a concept that needs further development. I would love to work with the legislative body in developing legislation like this. A positive affirmation of rights in sports participation hasn't really been done before. Tompkins County has the unique opportunity to bring change in a way that could inspire other legislators to follow suit. I am a proud transgender man, and I love that I'm able to be proud in this county. But there's more work that can be done. I've had to say goodbye to the sport I love, but kids in this county don't have to suffer like I have. Thank you.
Next up, Bennett Waltz.
Hi, I'm Bennett, and I am also here to discuss my concern with sports equity on the county level. Tompkins County benefits immensely from its position as a safe place for people to be who they are, regardless of their gender identity. New York State has since 2023 declared itself a safe haven for transgender individuals, and the city of Ithaca has declared itself a sanctuary for transgender healthcare likewise. The issue of sports participation for transgender individuals has remained at the forefront of discussion nationwide, leading to attacks on the right for individuals of all identities to play sports. Following NCAA bans on transgender participation, many club sports organizations have also decided to adopt discriminatory policy restricting participation based on gender identity. Club sports organizations nationwide heavily rely on our 4F facilities to practice and organize. At its heart, this is an issue of civil rights, and whether or not we should allow room in the law for organizations that explicitly discriminate against certain identities to benefit from using 4F facilities. At a moment when isolation is at such extremes for our youth, it is more important now than ever to bolster as much participation as possible in club sports. Precedent for this already exists within the law. We already do not allow discrimination of access to public parks based on gender identity in the state of New York. We are asking that the county take this step to further solidify our state's civil rights protections and take a stand against allowing discriminatory organizations to use 4F facilities to perpetuate gender-based discrimination. Tompkins County can protect the right to play for all individuals, and it would be remiss not to.
Next up, Simon Conway.
Hi, my name's Simon, and I'm also here in support of the right to play. My colleagues have addressed the importance of this bill to protect the trans community, but we also believe that the right to play is a universal right that affects every individual, and especially the children of Tompkins County, regardless of their gender identity. Every child that wants to play a sport should have the ability to do so. This county has lots of recreational youth sports programs, especially in the Ithaca area, and many of those programs, if they aren't entirely co-ed, have similar programs for both boys and girls. However, some organizations in the county do not offer the same opportunities to the girls' team that they do the boys. This can be because of a lack of funding, the inability to find enough coaches, or simply a lack of significant interest for an all-girls team in the area. The Women's Sports Foundation estimates that boys get 1.13 million more opportunities to play sports than girls every year, and girls quit sports at almost twice the rate of boys. Much of this is due to a lack of access to leagues in their communities or their underfunding in comparison to the boys' teams. Why not eliminate that inequality entirely by combining them into one league? The right to play is about ensuring that any child can play in any sports league regardless of their gender. A girl anywhere in Tompkins County shouldn't have to go out of her way to find an organization that lets her play the same sport that the boys play in the park in her town. If she can be prevented from joining the only team nearby simply based on her gender, her community has let her down. If that team is able to discriminate against her and still reserve public parks and facilities, her government has let her down. Playing sports as a kid has proven benefits to development. It encourages physical activity, teaches strategy, teamwork, and perseverance, and allows kids to make connections with their peers outside of an academic environment. And youth sports are about a lot more than who wins in the end. We should encourage healthy interactions and extracurricular activities between all children, regardless of gender. This will help to develop the next generation of our Tompkins County community. We ask the legislature to support the right to play for all children by making it harder for recreational sports leagues that discriminate on the basis of gender to reserve public land. Thank you for your time.
Cameron Struess.
Hello, my name is Cameron Struess. I come before you today as a concerned community member. Individuals attend these monthly meetings to bring their issues to the forefront and to have them addressed. We all exercise our human right to speech when doing so. However, recently there has been a lot of talk about whether the Tompkins County Office of Human Rights will continue to receive funding or not. As I'm sure you're all aware, volunteers are the only people ensuring that the Office of Human Rights is functioning on any level at all. I myself volunteered there earlier this year. What I saw was an incredibly empty office, one that should be full of life serving the community. Human rights violations don't consider that there may be a lack of funding. They continue to happen no matter what. This is not a case of frivolous spending and unreasonable asks. These are funds needed to provide an essential service to our community members. As a county, we cannot allow an organization as vital as the Office of Human Rights to go unfunded or underfunded. This would have devastating impacts on the local community, worse than the low level the office has been able to function at recently, as people's violations can go unheard and they may not be able to receive legal counsel or justice for what they have experienced. In a time where human rights are being allowed to be violated under the current federal administration, we cannot allow ourselves to fall under that same umbrella. We must seek to provide justice, resources, and anything else needed/requested to those who come to the office with a human rights violation. I strongly call on all members of the legislature to provide full funding requested by the office, who will no doubt prove they need every dollar they plan on asking for. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Teresa Fulton.
Hi, Teresa Fulton. I'm Vice Chair of the Tompkins County Human Rights Commission, and I'm here once again to urge you to keep funding the Office of Human Rights. As I'm sure you are aware, these are challenging times, and many of our basic human rights are under attack. The office has received and continues to receive dozens of inquiries regarding immigration, LGBTQ+, discrimination, workplace issues, racism in schools, housing problems, everything you can imagine. The Human Rights Commission has tried to fill in as best we can during this year that the office has been closed, but we are all just volunteers. I myself have spent hours on the phone with people that have called in literally crying to me. Many of the inquiries from community members are now not being responded to, or they being shoved off to Binghamton or Albany. This is demoralizing, and it sends a message to the community that we as a county do not care enough about human rights to even have an office. The Human Rights Commission is supposed to be working on more macro issues, educating the community, investigating widespread and chronic human rights violations, such as the current large number of incidents of racism in schools, fostering communication among other community organizations, etc. We do not have the capacity to address each and every inquiry from community members, and we cannot function as a commission without county staff to work with, a meeting place, a phone, someone to handle immediate community members concerned. When staffed, the Office of Human Rights in its central downtown location was a hub of people stopping by, a meeting place, a place to speak to someone in person with information and handouts available on many topics. Even during the brief period that we had open office hours that the Human Rights Commission held, people dropped in constantly. This is an important resource for the community. We understand that there's some discussion of combining the office with CEDO. Well, CEDO does important work. The human rights includes much more things than equity and diversity issues: employment, housing, freedom of speech, justice, just to name a few. I realize the county is facing a budget crisis and you have hard decisions to make. But for years, the community has relied on having an office to come to call, email with concerns. Where will these people turn to? This is not the time to turn our backs on addressing basic human rights. Thank you.
Isabella C.
Hello, my name is Issa. How many of you have pets at home? I do. My dog's name is Rocky. What lengths would you endure if the alternative was to lose your lifeline, your best friend, your fur baby? Now imagine you suddenly find yourself evicted from, or fleeing from, or somehow losing your home. What happens to your fur baby? For many unhoused people, their pets are not unnecessary. They're family, companions, and sources of protection and emotional stability. Yet, most shelters and group homes in Tompkins County do not permit animals. This forces many unhoused people to choose between shelter and their pets, often leading them to stay on the streets rather than abandon their only companion. Many of these people also feed their pets before even feeding themselves. Ithaca has had many unhoused people for some time now, and with a housing affordability crisis unfolding, I fear the hardships facing the unhoused will only worsen. In a world where the current generation is likely to be unable to afford both homes and children, many young people and people of all ages face housing insecurity. Additionally, many young adults are turning to pet ownership to fulfill the current unaffordable desire for a family. I implore the legislation to take action to ensure that during this uncertain time, no human or animal is left behind by expanding pet-inclusive housing, pet food access, and support across Tompkins County. The goal is to make pet care more accessible for people experiencing homelessness by creating partnerships and holding drives for dog and cat food donations going to Mutual Aid Tompkins with support from the Office of Human Rights. There is precedent in Ithaca to show that the community will come out and support. For example, the Street Dog Coalition, which was originally from Colorado, volunteered here to provide free rabies vaccines for homeless dogs here in Ithaca and raised over $1,000 of donation for homeless drug users, but this was prior to the pandemic. As far as a coordinated local program or policy, addressing the issues may look like a policy requiring all homeless shelters or housing allocations for homeless people seeking shelter in Tompkins County to allow dogs and cats on the premises, or at least be able to offer a housing option that does. Just walking around Ithaca and into all the local businesses shows how much of a dog-friendly city we are, and we need to uphold that reputation. The partnership and support from the Office of Human Rights has been invaluable in my research and the community as a whole. We need to keep this this office active, as it's a lifeline for those who have been overlooked by local law enforcement and a last pillar of hope for many marginalized people in the community, including unhoused people looking for donations. Thank you.
Emily Kowalski.
Good evening, legislators. My name is Emily, and I'm here tonight to emphasize to you the importance of promoting dignity, inclusion, and humane treatment for all county residents, specifically those experiencing homelessness and their beloved pets. It is easy to say that if someone cannot afford to support their pet, they shouldn't have one. However, the reality is that many people got their pets when they were still in stable housing. That bond doesn't just disappear when housing is lost, it becomes stronger. Pets provide unconditional love, emotional support, and companionship through incredibly difficult times. They are sometimes the only constant a person has left. More often than not, people in this situation put their pets before themselves. This is a dire situation because access to proper food and clean water is often limited. In addition, the majority of available homeless shelters and temporary housing do not allow animals. This leads to people having to make the impossible choice between abandoning the companion they love or staying unsheltered. This is a problem that no person should have to face, but one that will only grow worse as housing becomes increasingly unaffordable in our county. According to local service providers, the number of people living without stable housing in Tompkins County has risen in recent years, and we know that many of them have pets. It is my hope that the county will pay more attention to this issue by supporting pet-inclusive policies and shelters, helping fund pet food and veterinary support through local partners like Mutual Aid Tompkins or the SPCA, or recognizing this as part of our broader human services mission. When we support people in keeping the companions they love, we strengthen their chances of rebuilding their lives. This brings me to my second point, which is to urge that Tompkins County continues to support the Office of Human Rights. That office stands for the same values that Tompkins County has long stood on: equity, justice, and respect for every person, regardless of housing status, income, or background. The Office of Human Rights is often the only local resource where someone facing discrimination or mistreatment can turn for help. If we allow that office to close, we send a message that protecting dignity and fairness is optional. But if we preserve and empower it, we affirm that Tompkins County is committed to justice at every level for every resident. Both of these issues, care for unhoused people and their pets, and sustaining the Office of Human Rights, reflect the same principle, that compassion is policy. When we meet people where they are, and when our systems recognize their full humanity, we build a stronger, safer, and more just community for everyone. Tonight, I'm asking you for two things. Consider ways the county can support pet-inclusive housing and basic pet care for people experiencing homelessness through partnerships, small grants, or policy changes, and protect and maintain funding for the Office of Human Rights so that dignity and justice remain cornerstones of our county services. Thank you.
Ryan Johnson.
Good evening, legislators. My name is Ryan Johnson, and I'm a student at Ithaca College. Over the past 4 years, I've worked as a student journalist at Ithaca College. Across my campus and community, I've reported extensively on local politics, public health, LGBTQ+ issues, climate justice, student protests, and campus issues. I've been able to do this work because the freedom of the press is rigorously upheld in the culture of Tompkins County and the city of Ithaca. Since January, I have seen rampant attacks on press freedom across the United States. The Trump administration has reportedly planned to cut $1.1 billion in public media funding, ban the Associated Press from the White House, and allowed the Pentagon to impose restrictive rules on press access. As a student journalist who will begin a career in journalism in December, this frightens me. I have never lived through a time worse for journalists in the United States. Thankfully, what New York State has done with the Local Journalism Sustainability Act, included in the New York State budget in 2025, has given me hope for the future of impactful local journalism. For a local journalism lifeline, this is a great first step. But press freedom must be upheld at the county, state, and federal levels, especially during the current administration. I ask that the Tompkins County Legislature keep press freedom stable and alive in Ithaca by keeping meetings open to all, publicly announcing meetings, and keeping police arrest logs and spending logs publicly available. The right for journalists to dispel these materials to the community is essential for an informed and civically engaged public. I also ask that you think about the impact of local journalism on our community. If our local papers did not cover business openings and community gatherings, how would the public know about them? If they did not cover local crime, elections, and community and government issues, how would Tompkins County know about what is happening in our very own community? As we move into 2026, I ask that the Tompkins County Legislature support local journalism initiatives and give thought to what you as a legislative body can do in the next year to uplift essential journalism in our community. As a student journalist, I've been able to connect with my community, meet some of the best people Tompkins County has to offer, and help the local government inform the public about what they are doing. This essential practice cannot be erased. While local journalism needs to be protected, so do the institutions that seek to uplift and assist our communities with the issues they face daily. As a journalist, I've utilized the Office of Human Rights to find and tell impactful stories that would have faded in the background if not for the essential services that the office provides. I ask that you please support the Office of Human Rights so it can continue to provide essential services to people who have faced discrimination in housing, employment, public accommodation, education, and other areas covered by the New York State Human Rights Law. Thank you.
Ian Foreman.
Hello, my name is Ian Foreman, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. And I would like to emphasize the current threats to the freedom of press and freedom of speech. Over the past year, threats and offenses against the media, freedom of press, and freedom of speech have taken center stage, challenging the fabric of our constitutional rights as Americans. Two straightforward examples include the FCC's aggression against ABC's Jimmy Kimmel and the revocation of press credentials from Associated Press journalists. While these are just two examples on a large scale, there are a multitude of additional concerning threats to press freedoms on both the national and state levels. I am deeply afraid of a scenario in which these trends worsen, resulting in broad and irrevocable destruction of our constitutional freedoms. Our city and county are privileged with our access to multiple incredible local news organizations, namely the Ithaca Times, Cornell Daily Sun, and among others. It is imperative that these papers continue producing their superb work that not only has a direct positive impact on the community, but now stand as bastions of hope against the oppressive nature of our federal government. Without protections for these invaluable sources, Tompkins, as well as other counties and cities across the country, may find their writers, journalists, publishers, and even consumers of media under a crusade that aims to consolidate all perspectives and narratives to fit one ideology and vision for the country. Despite the impending and menacing dangers, there are preventative measures that can be applied to get ahead of potential attacks. County-wide security for employees of news organizations and for outlets themselves to publish information they believe to be of best public interest is a first crucial step. This could include agreements regarding resistance against the push to pull articles under external pressures, providing legal support when speech is threatened, as well as implementing employment securities for those who conduct this work for the public. In addition, I would like to acknowledge work along these lines is already being done, as the credits proposed in the Local Journalism Sustainability Bill would be incredibly beneficial for all those involved in the news cycle. And although the bill has not yet been passed, I hope that Tompkins County will support the work of Representative Mannion. While I'm not a member of the press myself, I believe that these issues are among the most pressing to this community as a whole, and I urge Tompkins County to work to implement any measures congruent with these contemporary challenges. Thank you.
Lujane Amin.
Good evening, legislators. We all watch the news. We all rely on the news to stay informed for what is going on today. But today, the freedom of the press, something we often take for granted, is under threat. Attacks on major media companies by the federal administration have started to ripple into local communities. In Albany, New York, a news outlet was removed from the media release list simply for publishing an article about an official's inaccurate residency claim. That should concern all of us. Why? Because safety and transparency shape where people choose to live, study, and work. When we fail to protect these values, we risk losing journalists and students who contribute to our local economy and strengthen our community. These individuals aren't just visitors, they are the part of the livelihood of our towns and businesses. Preventative actions matter. Remember when our county declared itself a sanctuary city? The decision allowed us to protect our residents and locals within our community to a degree from ICE raids before harm occurred or too much harm occurred. We didn't wait for a crisis. That same proactive mindset is needed now. We need to garnish local support for the local journalists. We need to garnish support specifically for the local journalism sustainability bill that was introduced to the House in the summer by Senator John W. Mannion. This bill was proposed to support and revitalize local journalism from newspapers to the news stations and radio shows. We must back and support the efforts and initiatives to help us succeed as a community. Without local journalism, our community and residents will not be able to participate effectively or even efficiently here within Tompkins County. That means we need to safeguard our future. We must ensure that resources like the Office of Human Rights are funded and staffed. These safety nets uphold fairness and inclusion for everyone. Supporting our local journalists with this bill isn't just going to be a policy. It's a promise that we value community, our rights, diversity, and freedom. I know that the work ahead would be demanding, but I'm also ready to help with any possible work to make this vision happen. Together, we can create a community where journalists, students, and families feel safe, supported, and proud to call Tompkins County a home. Thank you.
Anna Ortiz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Ortiz. I'm from No Más Lágrimas. Today, I just want to have a spot to say, like, tomorrow we have a meeting at 5 o'clock at the Henry St. John Gym. If you wanted to know what's going on in the community, I'm partner with different organizations, and we wanted to take care of the food in the Tompkins County, in the city, whatever, as why we can. And then we have a food drive on the 14th at the Henry St. John. If you guys wanted to help, feel free. We need hands, we need people, and we need money. And I just wanted to see if some ways that we can find some fund, because I know you guys really the 50,000 and some things in there. So to see how we can collaborate with No Más Lágrimas, because I need help. Today, since the shutdown, my phone never stopped. It's not because, you know, I'm from No Más Lágrimas stuff, but people in the community trust us, and I need your help. This time, it's no time to play around or who's wrong, who's right and stuff. I physically need help. If you wanted to make a difference in your county, because as we know, we cannot wait until outsiders or whatever you call that, the government stuff, they can feed us. So if you want to make a difference, reach out to us. I have a meeting tomorrow at 5. I can have a meeting individual with you guys. I just wanted to see how can we collaborate to helping in the county level and outsider. Because a lot of people today, I open early, and a matter like even half an hour, I have 98 in half an hour. So today, like I'm, contestant talking to my team, because today I got the food giveaway. We have almost 200 people to come today, just today. So it's not getting better, it's not getting fixed. So how we can create something that we all can help each other. And people know where I live, people know where I'm at. So, you know what I mean? If you got some money, I want money. So I'm not playing. I'm gonna try to do the best. And I'm here to represent everybody individual. So people, they know my work. I'm not doing, I'm the perfect person or whatever, but I guarantee you, I make a difference in this county level. If you wanted to do something else, I've got a great team. You can be part of the team. You have to put some comfortable shoes, because we need to work now than ever. Thank you so much. Gracias.
Jamie Peck.
Good evening. So when I found out that the SNAP benefits were going to be delayed, I kind of freaked out. Figure out how I was going to feed my family. And I also realized that our entire community, including our entire country, was going to be going through much the same. So I decided to create a website so that people can basically pledge to support other people in their community through mutual aid, via financial mutual aid. So people who are more fortunate in our community can go on the site and post that they will be able to support a family for a certain amount of money, and then other people can go on the site and say they need support because their SNAP benefits are not happening this month. And then I have some volunteers who will be going through the site and matching people up with who best matches with each other. And in a week, I've gotten 42 people who've pledged to support, and I have 88 support requests. And so I am here asking if any of you who might be able to support other people, go on the site. It's snapped.website. Go on the site and pledge to support another person in our community who is not quite as fortunate. Also, if you can spread the word. I am not doing a whole lot of marketing, so I've just been scrambling to try to get this to work and put it together in the last 2 weeks since I heard about what was going on and what I thought I might be able to do to help it. So again, website is snapped.website, and thank you.
Sherry Cortice.
Hello, Sherry Cortice. I'm here to speak about the report that Cornell did on the tax abatements. I've spoken out against tax abatements since you started with the Marriott project in 2013. Gave them a $3.7 million tax abate to build the hotel, which it's the Marriott, which come on. And it was public property sold by INHS to them. And then you went on to do City Center. Now, City Center was built for $52 million, and that gets a $7.3 million tax abate with market rate apartments. Now, when the application, they said they were, below market rate, and that's why they ended up getting the approval. And that's for $7.3 million for 10 years. Within, I'd say 6 months, there was an advertisement online, City Center apartments for sale. And sure enough, in 2021, they sold the apartments in March of 2021 for $75 million. They kept that $23 million and profit, the people that sold it, and the new people that own it kept the tax abatement. So we got none of our money back. We're still abating the taxes through at the end of 2029. So they will not start to pay till 2030. So I want to know if this report's incorrect and we eventually get our payments, how are you going to make up at this point? Let me see how much they have, City Center. Well, they're almost up here. $7.3 million is my point. We could have clawed this money back, and it sure would have helped your budget. Also, the Asteria apartment, Art House Asteria is still not paying any taxes. I don't know when they will start. Their pilot, they're still under no taxes at all. Art House has finally, all of this was done though between 2020 and 2020. Started after 2020 when we were locked down for 1.5 years and our voices could not be heard. And that to me is against the public meeting laws like the Terror Wolf guy's complaining about. You need to put a moratorium on this. This is unsustainable. We can't afford as the taxpayers. I know Ithaca City is being built for the rich. I have been told that, and that is fine. But at least be honest with the taxpayers. Don't get up here and make us think you're working for us. Because the government building had nobody speaking in favor of it. I watched all the elderly people beg you not to move that office. Completely ignored. So it would be nice if you listened to the citizens of this community instead of whoever is running it, because I don't believe it's us or the city. There's outside forces, and that's what I will say. But let's please put a moratorium on the tax abatements until you can figure it out. Thank you.
Next up is Tompkins County Legislator-elect Irene Weiser.
way over here tonight, I literally, in thinking about speaking to all of you, and I'm getting a little choked up again now, too, because I've been so proud of the work that you do, the work that you did on the budget, the way that you wrestled with stuff and came together. And I skipped the GO meeting this afternoon to go pick up my lawn signs, and I am stunned to hear what went down there. And the idea of pulling the rug out on funding for the Office of Human Rights. I've heard many of you over these past several months that I've been attending meetings talk about the erosion of our democracy and how horrifying it is to watch it happen. And I share those sentiments. But I want to say it is the erosion of our democracy. But who is being victimized by it and taken advantage of by it and made an example by it are people of color, people with different gender identities and sexual orientations. And I spent an early part of this year out in Caroline working with a black farmer who was being racially harassed. We absolutely have to support the funding for the Office of Human Rights, not merging it, keep it. We need it now more than ever as more and more people are being victimized by the leadership in this country. There is a trickle-down effect. There's more and more racist attacks, anti-Semitism, and homophobic attacks. It's all happening. We need this office. Please, please keep this office alive and the funding for this office alive. I will be very deeply saddened if I start my term without that.
I want to thank all the members of the public who came to speak with us tonight. We are going to move on to municipal officials' privilege of the floor. We've got Pierre St. Perez, Common Council Member, City of Ithaca.
As always, good to see you guys. You know, I'm so conditioned to come here the first Tuesday of each month that I came here on Tuesday, came up against a locked door. City budget, obviously later in the day after my last report to you guys, I'm very grateful that I always couch my stuff with unless something dramatic happened, because something dramatic happened. Due to a spreadsheeting error, ended up with a $2.1 million imagination of funds. We truly believed we had these $2.1 million coming in. We did not. We have been attempting to alleviate that, and last night we passed a batch of amendments to the city budget. The first amendment passed was the administration's attempt to remedy that $2.1 million issue. Included in that amendment to fill that funding gap, just some highlights are that we are most likely going to begin charging for Saturday parking within the city of Ithaca in both garages and street parking. Additionally, the cost of parking is going to go up within the city of Ithaca. Moreover, we've implemented a anticipated 5.5% vacancy rate for city positions. So we are not funding that much of our budget in anticipation that we will be unable to fill those positions. And we are not putting any money this year into our emergency reserve funds. That is for bridges and facilities, nothing. There is money that remains in those funds, but yeah. We did not vote to override our tax cap, but we are most likely going to be going right up against the tax cap, especially with yesterday. We voted and I'm just going to take you through all the amendments that we voted on in a quick sequence that passed. We voted to defund our whole capital projects general fund. We voted to continue our commitment to $15,000 to the public library, joint with you guys and the town. We voted to allocate $500,000 out of our fund balance to TCAT's request. We allocated an additional $8,000 to our Public Works Department. We defunded a proposed position for a parks manager for the city of Ithaca. The position did not exist, but we couldn't do it. And we funded the care team. That is the whole list. The budget is not 100% finalized at this time, but I would not anticipate dramatic changes. I said that last time, though, so. Yeah, it's been an interesting time with the budget.
Questions or comments for Pierre? Shauna.
Thank you. In my free time, I actually watch the City of Ithaca council meetings.
I'm so sorry.
I feel like I'm at an AA meeting and I'm admitting something. But I wanted to let you know, I'm really proud of you guys for putting forward the $500,000. I know that your budget's tight, and I think it really shows the people of our community where our priorities are, and that is getting people to school and work. And I think whenever we look at the people that TCAT serves, it's people who can't afford, for the most part, having a car. Some people choose to not use their car, but these are the most vulnerable people in our community. So I think to cut those services would do a great in service to our community. So thank you. I know it's a tough budget year. Also, I'm really glad to see you guys supporting the care team and the library funding. I was a little shocked that there was a proposal brought forward to charge people to enter to Stewart Park last night and charge hourly.
Yes.
For that, and I'm glad it did not pass, because I feel like our parks are a treasure for all of us, and it'd be a shame to make that an issue where people couldn't afford to go to the park.
On the park, I agree. However, the costs of maintaining Stewart Park continue to skyrocket and be borne by the city. A resolution on how we're going to fund Stewart Park, and that might need to involve non-city actors, will probably have to be reached in the next couple of years. And, you know, I don't think that the parking one is the solution to that, but we are going to have to find a solution. It's not sustainable in its current form. I also, on TCAT, want to note that we did take it from our fund balance. I'm not sure that that is a reliable source going into the future for our ability to sustain that funding. We got it for this year, but.
Greg.
Pierre, good to see you as always, and sorry for the confusion. I know I got a text on Tuesday said, why is the door locked? So sorry about that.
I'm conditioned.
Well, we appreciate your loyalty for always being here. Couple of things. Mr. Smith, right, has come meeting after meeting.
Yes.
I am begging you, as someone who represents Dryden, who services over 40% of our calls outside of the town of Dryden, to please just extend the courtesy or encourage town, what am I even saying? City leadership to sit down and explain this or report it out in any sort of detail. I appreciate the fact that you're persistent and come here, Mr. Smith, and thank you for that. And I know that I hear from my town board, as does Mike Lane, as does Lee, that we're servicing a significant amount outside of our town and our service area. And we do that because it's the right thing to do. Doesn't mean that they necessarily have to do that. And so I would really encourage you to make time, because we've made time every week for this gentleman to come share his thoughts, and it sounds like there's some sort of roadblock. So I don't know if I can help eliminate that barrier and request from the city manager a meeting to talk about this, or maybe the town of Dryden leadership should ask with Mr. Smith involved. But I think it's time that Mr. Smith come back maybe in the next meeting and say, hey, I had this great meeting with the city. Here's what I found out. I don't maybe like the answer, or I like the answer, but I at least had the opportunity to meet with them. I'd really encourage you to do that. If it's not working from him asking, take it from some of us asking. The second piece, and then you can respond. Did you involve the DIA at all and get the DIA's response or perspective before increasing parking and looking at Saturday parking, or was that a decision that was just made solo of any input from downtown business, community, et cetera?
So over the past year, we conducted a fee study on all the fees in the city of Ithaca. To my knowledge, stakeholders were consulted in that process, I believe.
And then Mr. Smith's meeting?
I am not kept up to date on everything, most things that the city manager's office does. She gives us her report regularly. I'm sure that Mr. Smith and others have seen those reports and most likely found them unsatisfactory. I am not aware, personally, of any meeting being planned. That doesn't mean that it isn't. It means that I'm not in the loop, which, again, we don't micromanage our city manager. I will say, to the point about ambulances just across our county and such, we have been discussing that in TCOG, as you know, and I personally believe that the best approach to that is centralization of EMS under the county. I don't see a world where we don't end up in the kind of awkward position that we are in right now, where I'm not confident that it's unfair. I think the city also provides numerous county-wide services that Dryden and other communities benefit from. But we can't really map out and math out what benefits we're getting and what is fair or not. You know, we are providing those because it's the right thing to do. Dryden's providing the support because it's the right thing to do. It would be nice to get, especially as it looks like the next couple of years are going to be rough for us, all of us. It'd be nice to get all of us on the same page and all of us supporting each other, but with a plan.
Ann.
Thank you. My name is Annie, and I watched the Lansing Town Board meeting last night. And let's see, I wanted to ask you about the outreach worker position that I believe was not funded as of last night.
As of last night, that position is not funded.
And did I hear instead that you funded more money into the care position?
So last night, we essentially ran out of money near the end of the amendment process. Yeah, I mean that's what happened. It is not currently funded.
Okay, so I know we'll have that's part of what we'll be looking at and are looking at is what to do. But I just wanted to make sure that that was said as something that was not funded as of right now.
As of right now, that is not funded.
Okay, thank you.
And we got an email late in the day from our whole health commissioner on this topic. You might want to.
I did see it.
Okay, cool.
But I thought that was important.
I agree. No, I agree.
Point, because
I just want to make
then
sure
other things will happen, and yes.
I just want to make sure you knew. Mike Sigler.
I just wanted to tell you, we had Shauna Black leads a committee that we meet with state officials and stuff like that. And pardon? I thought somebody said something. Leah Webb was in on that call. We did raise the point of dredging and the inlet with her and just made her aware of that issue because obviously you're frustrated. I think the city's frustrated anyway by it.
I appreciate it.
So yes, we had her on the line. We were able to bring up the DEC issue and how they don't seem to be communicating well with the Fed on getting this thing kind of started because the city obviously has made the dewatering site is ready to go, and yet we're still where we were, I don't know, 18 months ago or 2 years ago or 40 years ago. So just wanted to let you know that. Out of curiosity, because I don't want to read your whole budget, how much is Stewart Park to, what's the maintenance cost? I mean, you may not know that off the top of your head, but if you do.
I can tell you it's measured in hundreds of thousands.
I mean, all due respect, hundreds of thousands for your size budget just doesn't seem like make or break.
I mean, you say that, but we were working with adjustments of $8,000 last night.
Oh gosh. All right.
Our budget has gotten very tight very fast.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, though. Thank you for the information on the budget.
Deborah.
Well, Greg stole my thunder. I was just wondering, I didn't want to put you on the spot here, but would it be helpful if perhaps we asked the city manager to consider Mr. Smith's concerns? I mean, as much as I like to hear from him, he comes to every meeting with a topic that we cannot address.
I mean, how you decide to approach it is, of course, your prerogative. I believe that the administration is aware of Mr. Smith's concerns.
Okay. I guess we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Veronica.
Hi, long time no see.
Indeed.
I guess also about Mr. Smith's concerns, though I'm going to come at it from another angle. Last week, whenever we had our public safety meeting, our last public safety committee meeting, we heard a really good, in my opinion, presentation from a consultant who'd reviewed the EMS services in the county and like, how's it going? What are the various aspects? What recommendations going into the future? I forgot to tell you all this last night, but it was interesting. Obviously, the city, everyone's part of it, and you might want to watch or look at that. And I think in that context, I'll confess, after all this time, I still don't super clearly understand what it is the Ithaca Fire Department was doing. That Mr. Smith keeps telling us about, but I think it would be totally appropriate to have some sort of conversation with, I guess with the city manager and anyone else who's interested about how these things plug together. Because I'll confess, even as much as we've been talking about EMS services here, I don't think about the fire department's role in them enough. The report we heard reminded me of that too. And as for gathering a meeting, I'll follow up later. I guess this is not a question. The question is, want to come?
I mean, I'm happy to show up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for coming over. You know, I know you've gotten a lot of hard questions this evening, but we do appreciate you coming and talking with us, especially when you're kind of juggling what you can talk about with your budget and what's not yet ripe. But thanks.
Yeah. I mean, especially when things go sideways, I think it makes communication between our organizations more, not less important.
I'm going to take a turn. So before I was on the county legislature, I was, one of the things that I did was be on the City of Ithaca Parks Commission for 6 years. And then shortly after I came on the legislature, we did a little bit of work exploring what role the county might have in parks. As you might know, we don't have any parks. The county doesn't. And we did a couple of joint studies and meetings with the city, and I was on those groups. And we hired a couple of consultants that wrote us reports that are going to be in your files, in the City Hall file somewhere. But I actually think there's probably nobody left in city administration or certainly on Common Council that was there for any of that, remembers any of that. So I've got your answer for you. How are you going to take care of your parks? And the answer is a conservancy. And I would like to talk to you more about it another time, but in the meantime, if you want to bring that back to your group and look up those files that you've got in, somewhere and explore that, I actually honestly think there's an answer in there of how to do it.
Understood. Here, I was just hoping you guys would take over our parks.
We would, in a conservancy, we would be in a group with you taking care of the parks.
Understood. I hope to hear more about this in the future. And I hope my successors will hear more about this in the future.
You could even film it and do like a Parks and Recs spinoff.
I'm in. If you remember, she ran for public office. All right. Anybody else? Question? Anybody else want to grill Pierre, as he told me before the meeting? I'm here to be grilled.
In our long history together.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking the time to come here and share.
Of course. I think I'm left medium rare after that.
Legislators, if you don't mind, before we go to legislator privilege of the floor, I would like to jump down to our special topics. Is that what we're calling it? Special topical presentation. We have Barbara Lang with us today. Greg Mezzi, do you invited her? Do you want to say anything, Greg?
Yeah, well, Barbara Lang, the one and only, I'll say a dear friend. I've known Barbara since I was a student at Cornell, when she's taught my fraternity brothers and I how to have a little bit of etiquette and grace when it came to a professional setting. Barbara is...
Ooh, does she know stuff about you that we all should?
Oh, baby, I do.
Probably. Barbara is probably one of the more creative minds that we have in Tompkins County, and also one of the most industrious people. She put together these incredible food resource guides, which I'll let her talk about. But I thought it was important that we give her some time and elevate the work that she's doing, especially as it pertains to the SNAP crisis and other food insecurity issues that we face right now at the moment. So Barbara, I'll turn it over to you, but you know, this is a brainchild of Barbara's, and when Barbara gets something in her head, she does it, and she makes it happen, and she pulls people in a good way. So, Barbara, I appreciate all the work and effort that you did bringing this to fruition, and I think you'll all find these resource guides that Barbara put together very helpful during this time.
Well, thank you, Greg, and I'm not going to change your grade, just let you know. So I'm going to tell you just a real quick backstory, and that
I want to back up about 4 inches from the...
How's that? Is that good?
That'll work.
Better? All right. Early spring this year, it's still a little further. That's my voice.
You're good.
It's good?
You're
all
good.
right. I realized that I was a little overwhelmed with everything going on, and that I was feeling a bit of despair and not a lot of hope. And when that happens, I start to think about what it is one can do. And I have always found throughout my life that being of benefit, being of service, is a way to lower the despair and heighten the hope. And with what went on, I decided that I needed to find a community where people felt the same way that I did. And as it happens, I was a lapsed Unitarian, and yes, there is such a thing as a lapsed Unitarian. But I went back and I found people who really believe in energy into action. And I joined a committee, and I thought, because my career has been in food and hospitality, that I would focus on the food resources that were in Tompkins County. And boy, did I get an education. There's a lot going on. It's terrific. But it's overwhelming, and that people in their own communities, rural communities, don't know where there were resources in their own backyard. And I decided that I would take all the information. I was very naive with this idea. I would take all this information and I would break it down into the guides that you have in front of you. So I had it so that the guides that associated with your communities were the top guides, and then I gave you the other ones. So there are 5 guides in all. And that I contacted everybody, I visited every person that was in this guide one way or another to confirm the information. And then by good luck, as it were, I met Roy Allen from the Ithaca Times, and we became partners. So this is all volunteer on my part. The Ithaca Times is my fiscal sponsor, because these guides, in order for them to be printed, obviously you needed money. So between Roy and myself, we would find sponsors. And the guides are now dwindling. Now this is something that is coincidental. I started this 5 months ago, and on Friday, the day that SNAP was shutting down, was the day my last guide was being printed. I mean, I don't really believe in serendipity all that much, but I still thought it was a sad coincidence, an uncanny one, to say the least. So anyway, so these guides, I'm here today to tell you a little bit about who the guides are for. And I'm going to go to the punchline immediately, because my ask for you is to tell the people, share these guides with the people in your communities. Because when people see that there's a lot going on right where they are, there's something that's very nurturing about that. There's something about community. And may I say, when you feel like your community is looking after you, that despair can lessen and that hope can increase. And I'll go about the prices of all the guides in just a minute. So who are these for? These guides, if you take a look at them, for actually people who are looking to find food, and maybe also to find purpose, and for people who just want to find purpose. And I say both of those, and I don't say them as separate segments, because very often those who are there to find food also want to be able to contribute. So this is not an uneven type of a circumstance going on. Where do they go? These go to, and this is where I met remarkable people. I have gone to the social workers at the schools, from kindergarten to the universities, the college, TC, all of it. They all have food pantries. The schools, the elementary schools, when I think it was in Lansing, that she said, oh, I'm going to put this into the knapsacks, the backpacks of the kids when they're going home, because the kids aren't getting food. So all this is going on. In the high school, there's a woman, Rebecca, and she has this whole network of people, and they're bagging food. And for the kids who are getting on the bus at Ithaca High School, if they're embarrassed, right at the end, maybe 15 minutes before the buses arrive, there's a door they can go through, and they can go and they can get their groceries put into their knapsacks, so it's not on public venue of what's going on. So the people who are doing this are incredible. So it's the social workers, the libraries. The libraries, to me, have been the hubs of all these communities, rural and the city. That's where people are going to be able to find information, and that's where a lot of these guides are going as well. Besides that, certainly the pantries and the community meal providers, these pamphlets or these guides go to them. To get it out to the people, you're not going to see them at the farmer's market, where typically people who are trying to find food at a reasonable price or to be able to get the support aren't going to the Ithaca farmer's market. So it's not as though this is going to be all over. It's got to be strategically placed where people are going to go. And I should say, and also to the providers, I don't know if anyone here is a Methodist, but if you are, you kick But, all right, I mean, the Methodist churches, that's where the food pantries are, a lot of them. So they go there. Social services to the health organizations, it goes on, not on and on, but the ones that are the real drivers of serving people directly, that's where these guides are going. As I said, we're dwindling in the number of guides, and that I'm asking for you to look at your communities that you represent to find out where you can find some support for a guide to be reprinted for your area. And overall, and Rory gave me these quotes, that we need $2,500. That is all to produce 10,000 guides. That's 2,000 guides for every community. That's not really a lot of money. And I'm trying to find those different resources of how we can get that money so that we can get these guides. These guides have QR codes. People can go online, but very often going online is not really that realistic. So it's that hard paper. And that's really it. I mean, that is it. Take these guides, look at them. If you think they're beautifully designed, they are. I did not do it, but Heather Kolakowski, who is the president of Loaves and Fish's board, she did it for me, and now I have someone else assisting. But I think that's all she wrote for tonight. Here I was thinking I'd be the first one to talk, but I'm the last one to talk, so I think I'll make it sweet and short and done. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for Barbara?
And it can't be about, oh, it can be about Greg, yes.
I would love to be able to share these on Facebook, and I did just go to your QR code, take a screenshot, but is there any type of like PDF that you could send us that might not be as grainy as just taking a screenshot?
Oh, sure. Actually, the QR code, if you look at it, it'll take you right to the website, and then there's also on the guides, the last two of them had the actual link, but it's impactithaca.com. And I could certainly send you all PDFs in an email if that's what you would prefer. I can do that as well.
Yeah, because I did go to the website and I did take a screenshot from the website, but it's pretty grainy.
With the PDF.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, thank you. All right. Okay. I have it so that I will send PDFs of the 5 guides.
Thank you.
Rich.
Thank you so much for coming in. And coincidentally, I spoke with Megan Sheehan Rosen at Friendship Donation Network yesterday, and I asked her, you know, what could we sort of say at our meeting, and she said, so I'll just read her message that she sent to me. Thank you for asking if FDN, and for those who don't know, Friendship Donation Network moves food. They connect, say, restaurants, dining halls, food sources with people who need food. And it's a remarkable organization. But thank you for asking if FDN had a message to share at tonight's legislature meeting. Members of the FDN community met yesterday to discuss what we could do in response to the increased need in the community. Here are some of the ideas that came from our discussion. There's a need for increased information about food access. Can the legislature help get information out to the general public about how to get food? One idea was advertising food resources on TCAT buses and at bus stops. Could the legislature provide TCAT advertisements for food resources? Transportation is a challenge. Many people are not able to access the food resources available due to a lack of transportation. And then she references the Snap.dot website that the gentleman was talking about this evening. And I just add that in our conversation, Megan stressed, you know, this is a story about scarcity, but it's also a story about abundance, that we do have tremendous food resources in our community. And there's much more we could do just by doing the coordination and making sure that food that's out there is getting onto the table where people can have it. And I'm continually impressed at the number of people who have stepped up in our community to do this. So thank you to everybody. This is really an encouraging thing. Thanks.
Oh, we could use your help.
Thank you for joining us and for doing this work, joining us and telling us about it and distributing these pamphlets tonight.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're back to legislator privilege of the floor. Amanda.
I'm sad that these students left. I was just delighted to hear them, and obviously it was a class assignment, but they wrote some very thoughtful things, and what I want to talk about tonight is citizen participation, and this is it right here. So thank you to them for coming. Like many of you, I exercised my right to vote on Tuesday. It's incredibly empowering to be handed that piece of paper, to go over to the little booth and privately mark down my vote for the people and propositions that I believe are right. I was lucky to have parents who voted regularly and taught me that voting was essential to our American way of life. I remember being a young child and riding along with my mom to the high school, waiting in line, and then going with her into the dark metal booth. She let me pull the lever that closed the curtains behind us, and then explained the lines with the names and how those were the people to choose from who would run our government. I have a vivid memory of pushing the buttons that she told me to push, because it was a big metal box, as most of you remember, and then the lever that said cast vote, after which the curtains would open again and we'd step out. I remember feeling like we had done something so small, and yet she said it was really important, and I believed her. I'm embarrassed now to admit that I rarely voted in my 20s, unlike these participatory folks. Well, I don't know if they voted, but I was at college and traveling and not really grounded anywhere, and I forgot that lesson on the importance of voting. As an adult, I've come to understand how lucky I am to live in a democratic society, and I've learned about the key tenets of a functional democratic government. Things like having free and fair elections, diffusing power over several branches of government, having a multi-party system, acceptance of election results, the peaceful transfer of power, and the protection of every person's equality and basic human rights. But this all doesn't just happen. For democracy to work, there must be citizen participation. And that includes a wide range of elements like county, town, city, and village meetings, peaceful protests and rallies, a fair and transparent board of elections, and a fair decennial redistricting process, advocacy groups like the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters, and of course, the act of voting. As we all know, there have been centuries of extraordinary efforts by those in power to retain their power by denying other people's right to participate. A short timeline. The Constitution did not explicitly define voting rights, and states had the power to decide who could vote. In 1789, only white male landowners were allowed to vote. By 1856, the land ownership rule had been fully eliminated and all white men could vote. In 1870, the 15th Amendment allowed black men to vote in policy. In 1890, Wyoming became a state and allowed white women to vote in local and state elections, but not national. In 1920, all women gained the right to vote nationally, again in theory. In 1922, 1943, and 1952, several rulings and laws repealed former acts and regulations and now allowed Japanese, Chinese, and other Asian immigrants to become naturalized citizens and have the right to vote. In 1964, the 24th Amendment prohibited poll taxes on voters. In 1971, the 26th Amendment changed the voting age to 18, which stemmed from the idea that those who could be sent to war for their country should also be able to vote for its leaders. I've never understood the Trump supporter slogan, "Make America Great Again." What is the great time that they want to go back to? When people had to pay a tax to vote? When certain people were threatened if they tried to vote? When the government attacked peaceful voting rights activists? and provoked the incident we call Bloody Sunday, those times don't sound so great to me. And yet the forces wanting to drag us backward to a more elitist and autocratic society are strong and ongoing. The one thing I can thank Donald Trump for is that when he was elected in 2016, I realized that I had been watching from the sidelines for way too long. I had not been participating in my democracy, and I needed to do more than show up at the polls every couple of years. In 2017 and 2021, I had the incredible honor of running for office, which was one of the most meaningful things I have ever done. I'm sure that those of you who have also experienced this understand how one can feel both humble and proud at the same time. When I walked into the voting booth, like my mother had taught me all those years ago, that was a very different kind of booth, it was not lost on me the fact that my great-grandmother was not even allowed to vote. And there I was, going to vote for my own name on that piece of paper. I think she would have been proud. I'm grateful that I live in a time where women can run for office and vote. I'm grateful for all the people who stepped up to run this year for positions across the county and the state, especially those who ran contested races, despite whether you won or lost. I'm grateful for all the poll workers and the Board of Election staff who make our free and fair elections possible. Personally, I want to live in a country and a community that offers every single citizen, regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, ability, country of origin, language, or religion, the opportunity to participate equally in its government. I'm grateful that we have come this far as a nation, but we have so much farther to go toward a civil and empowered society. We have so far to go in this community and in this Tompkins County government. I won't be at this table next year, but I hope to keep working with those of you who want to create a community and country of diverse people, equitable governance, and inclusive policies and practices. I hope we won't go back, but we'll keep moving toward a time when every citizen understands the importance of participation, feels excited and safe in voting, communicates with their elected officials, like folks did tonight, and is perhaps even inspired to check off their own name on a ballot someday. Thanks.
Greg.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on a couple of things that were said during privilege of the floor. The first, at our good neighbor conversation we had around our Code Blue shelter facility, the concept of pets and pets being included did come up. And service animals will be recognized. VOA made a commitment to that, and also to look towards and work towards some sort of inclusive solution to make sure that the pet issue is addressed in a responsible and safe way for those experiencing the need for shelter. So to those that came and commented on that, that is something I know this legislature has sort of challenged in the past, and will continue to stay on top of how those important support animals can still play a role in recovery, healing, and just getting support in times of crisis. I hope that in HHS we can look at this right to play concept at some point, or the appropriate committee, and would encourage them, those that spoke today, to reach out to us, or for us to reach out to them to try to get more work done as it relates to that. We did also hear a lot about human rights and the CEDO position. To my knowledge, there's not a proposal on the floor to eliminate funding for human rights. We have the job posted. I believe it's the intent of the legislature to fulfill that position. I also, though, believe it's the obligation of the legislature and county administration to, when any position of a department head leaves, to question and to challenge and to explore Is that position tooled in the right way? Is it the right position for the right need? And to ask the questions. I don't think that's an inherently bad thing. I don't think that comes from a place of bias. And I also think it's important, and I know Legislator Black has made this point, of engaging the community during that process as well. And I think that that's also important, and that's what we saw here today. And so I think we recognize the value, I don't want to speak for all my colleagues, but the value of the human rights position, the value of the CEDO position. And I hope that we can look further to how we can strengthen and better support those activities. And it may be something new, it may be something different. But I think we need to be open-minded, and I think we need to be willing to engage. And I think we need to also be open to challenging the status quo to ultimately find what is the best possible outcome for Tompkins County. So I appreciate the folks that came and spoke today. If some days you're feeling kind of down with where things are at, and you look to those that spoke, if that's our future, I think our future is pretty bright, and we're in good hands. And I would encourage all of them to either get a job at a newspaper or media organization or run for office, because I think they'd all do a great job. Thank you.
Shauna.
Thank you. I'm super bummed that I missed our speakers today. My daughter got into a little car accident in Cuba Heights, so I had to run out, and she's fine. But I will definitely go back and watch our speakers. I did want to pass on some information that we received from NYSEC today about the SNAP benefits. And the note states, yesterday the USDA released updated guidance to states confirming that it will provide funding to cover 65% of benefits due for November, an increase of the 50% level announced earlier this week. Additionally, a district court in Rhode Island has a hearing set for today on a motion that calls for USDA to provide full funding for SNAP benefits, meaning that they would have to utilize additional funding separate from the SNAP contingency fund.
That court ruled that they did have to do that.
Yep. And this was earlier today before the court ruling. It will be up to New York State to recalculate and load benefits for each eligible household based on the updated federal direction. State officials are reporting that benefits are expected to begin flowing between November 12th and November 14th, though the timeline may extend further due to the complexity of recalculations and the volume of recipients. Because of the large number of beneficiaries statewide, it could take up to 2 weeks for all EBT cards to be fully updated. County Departments of Social Services, DSS, continue to process eligibility determinations and recertifications. DSS commissioners have also reported that due to changes in income calculations under the new USDA rules, let's see here. Some families may receive reduced or no benefits this month. Counties will also continue to implement program integrity and compliance measures as additional state and federal guidance becomes available. And that just says NYSEC will continue to keep in close communication. So a little bit of an update. I feel like everything's been so uncertain, and it's actually nice to have some dates to hold on to until the next update.
Ann.
Thank you. I also want to, reiterate that we heard a lot of people talk to us today about issues in the community, issues nationwide, and a lot of it was about human rights. And so I want my colleagues to think about that as we, and do some research and talk to people in your community, because at the next legislature meeting, we'll be considering making a resolution to add the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer to our charter. I think that's an internal position, and the Office of Human Rights is an external position, but we hear there's a lot of things going on in the community, and us as an organization, if we think we're immune, that we're perfect, that's not true. It's a nice way I can say that. So we have things to do to make sure we're reaching out to people, providing services as fair as we can. And so that's what the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer helps to do. And so I also wanted to say that I spent some time over the weekend and Monday at some food pantries, and also thinking about human rights and who gets affected by a lot of these things, which people said, with the SNAP benefits, often it's disproportionalized, or it's disproportionately affects different segments of the people, different segments of the population. Sorry, I'm a little tired. But so I saw when I was going to the pantries, there are a different segment of the population than I usually interact with. A lot of people who are single parents, seniors, a lot of veterans, a lot of people of color, LGBTQ, non-English speakers. And so these are people out there in our community, which maybe, possibly people here interact with on a regular basis, but I don't always interact with the amount of people that were coming. So just imagine this one person coming to a food bank, their first time coming, because a lot of more people came for their first time this week. So a woman came, English, she couldn't speak any English, and she was trying to navigate how to get through that system. And she was very confused, very nervous. And there were not, I've spoken to some of you about volunteers, and some places do need more volunteers. And so they could have used more volunteers to walk this person. This person needed somebody to walk her through as best they could, because she got a card with a number on it. And what does that mean? And so I also just want to say the Enfield Food Pantry I went to, which serves the most amount of people in the county, they on average serve 600 people a week. They're open 3 days a week to try and get all those people through. And they had over 700 this weekend, so they had about 20% increase. Trumansburg Food Pantry serves about 100 people. They had about 6 to 10% increase, and of course some first timers, and they had tons of volunteers there, which was really great. And so if you're going, it's always better to call ahead to see if they need volunteers, because there was too many in Trumansburg. Could have used more in Enfield. And but they need people just to help carry groceries, walk people through. They all need donations. There was I helped with a fundraiser for the Enfield Food Pantry, and I checked today. So since this weekend that it was started, they've raised $16,000. So please support your local food pantry. And just to clarify from the food bank, there are going to be some boxes of food coming out. And so and what this is for is to help people who are on SNAP who are not connected to food pantries yet. So that's what they're doing. They're putting out boxes. They're going to distribute boxes. So some of you might have been contacted, and this is for the areas of the county that are most in need, that have the highest number of SNAP beneficiaries. So it might be confusing a little bit, because some of your districts you might not be getting these boxes, and it's not for everybody on SNAP. But what the purpose is to get those folks in, and it might be at a library or a firehouse or something, and then they're going to give them information on how to connect with food pantries, because that's where the bulk of the food is going to be coming from. So I think everybody, except there's one legislator I'll contact, but so far I think it looks like they have those places set up. And if some people ask you, so they'll present their EBT card, their SNAP benefit card, their name will be on the list there, and then they can pick up their box, is how it's going to roll out. And that'll be for this coming week, and then we'll see what happens the next week. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I just want to clarify something you mentioned earlier. Chief Equity and Diversity Officer resolution to add to the charter. Next meeting will just be to set the public hearing.
Right.
And if that passes, then the resolution will probably be on December 2nd meeting.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. Deborah.
Thank you. As usual, I'm the one that gets to read the proclamations that have to do with military service. And I couldn't help but notice the irony of this one. That we have a proclamation that celebrates the birthdays of our arms of the armed services created during the American Revolution, a war that we fought against a king, while we watch our president and his enablers massively consolidate executive power while Congress and SCOTUS abdicate theirs. Couldn't help think about the irony of celebrating soldiers who fought the Civil War, fighting the enslavement of people of color, treating people of color like property rather than equal men and women, while we watch our federal government's ICE and Homeland Security forces round up brown people and dissenters and ship them off someplace without due process. The irony of celebrating our troops who fought World War II to defeat fascism and mass murder based on religion, race, and disability, while we watch ICE do what it does and watch our administration blatantly trample all over the rights that our Bill of Rights and our Constitution are supposed to guarantee. If these soldiers who we celebrated with this proclamation are paying any attention, they're rolling in their graves. That's all I got.
I've got Mike Sigler, then Mike Lane.
Well, I just want to talk to the town of Lansing, but I know that they're not watching because they are at the Lion King Jr. at the Lansing Middle School tonight, and that show started at 6:30. I highly recommend it. It will be on again tomorrow at 6:30, and then on Saturday at 2 p.m. And I want to congratulate my daughter Cora for a wonderful performance last night. I will see that again tomorrow. So, anyway, I do want to thank the voters in Lansing for re-electing me to the county legislature. I'm so thankful that they put their trust in me. I often wonder how Lansing perceives the job I'm doing, and I kind of wrote this on Facebook, so I'm going to read a little bit of it. But I, wonder how you're doing. And I grew up in an age when Ed Koch was the mayor of New York. And I loved Ed Koch because he would ride the subways and he would ask people, how am I doing? And it actually became a skit, like, how am I doing? And I always liked that about him. And, you do get the idea of how you're doing when you talk to residents, but nothing really is as clarifying as an election. And when that person wins, to get kind of an idea of how are you doing. And you may not always agree with me, but you should know that I do listen to you. I can change my mind, research and argue a point, grow, and vote and represent you with the best of my intentions, Lansing. And I just want to thank you for, again, that vote of confidence. And it's a good day to be a Bobcat. Thank you very much.
Mike Lane.
First, I want to say my personal congratulations to the 8 of us on this group. I should say 8 of you, who have stood election yesterday and got reelected. Deborah Dawson, Shauna Black, Travis Brooks, Mike Sigler, Randy Brown, Lee Shurtleff, Greg Mezzi, and Veronica Pillar. I think it's terrific. Second, I want to say thank you to the 8 people who were elected to serve on this legislature next year that are brand new, and for them stepping forward and being elected by the people. I think that's so important. I think those of you who already know this, but some of you who will find out, our government here in Tompkins County is pretty special, pretty unique, pretty transparent. We listen. Look at how long we've spent tonight just listening to people. We try to do things. We try to take actions that haven't been taken before often. We spend money that it hurts to have to tax people for, but for purposes which we fully vet before we agree to do that. Well, I just wanted to say that to these folks, these people. But then Amanda, you were absolutely right in that very beautiful statement tonight about voting. Thank you for that. I listened to every word of it. Voting is so important. Yesterday we saw people voting in an off year, and we saw a number of responses which commentators are saying is responses to what's been going on over the last 10 months. The chaos that has been foisted on America. And the one thing that holds us together is the right to vote, the support of our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our courts, our Congress, and our presidency, our executive. The balances between them, whether they happen or should happen, it's the people in them that make the difference, and it's the voters who get to decide that. A year ago, people were uncomfortable because inflation was raising the costs for everybody. Price of food was going up substantially. Price of gasoline was going up. Price of housing was going up. And they voted for change. Well, they found, I think, change a little more than they expected. And in this year's election, we, from place to place, it wasn't a national election, but we saw what those folks were not happy with the fact that the issues they voted for to help, the people they voted for to help them recover from these high prices and expensive health insurance and other things like that, that this wasn't working. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected in a turbulent time in this country. There were 3 people running for election that year. He was elected with a plurality, not a majority. And that was an excuse a couple of days later for the South Carolina legislature to say this was an act of aggression or an act of war, and it was the trigger that began the process that led to Fort Sumter and the Civil War. But it was Abraham Lincoln in 1864, when it was time to be reelected. Many of his advisors came to him and say, you need to, this is a time of national emergency and you need to suspend the election and just continue to govern until this war can be over and then we can talk about elections again. Abraham Lincoln said no. It's the Constitution says we elect every 4 years. There was no certainty that he was going to get reelected. Fact is, most people thought he wouldn't get reelected. But as it turned out, he was reelected. And the process that he pointed to was the fact that the election was able to happen even in a time of national crisis. We need to take that history to heart and understand that things can change in an election as long as those elections continue to happen freely and not to be rigged. And you don't declare an election that you lose is rigged because you lost. It's because you weren't the choice of the voters. America is a pretty special place. We know that. We all know that. It's a 200th anniversary next year. We support the Constitution. We support the right to vote. And we will continue this country through the bumps and through the lurches of our travel until we have an opportunity to come back to right ourselves again, as will always happen. Thank you.
Any other legislators for privilege of the floor? Veronica.
Amanda, thank you for your speech. Thanks everyone for what you've been saying. I guess I'll be briefer than I might have otherwise because the student speakers have all gone, but I appreciate them, you, if you're watching in the future, all coming and bringing up the issues that you did. I guess one for the Office of Human Rights. One thing to be clear, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there was a proposal to strip funding from it proposed today or otherwise. That said, obviously we've been under-resourcing the office this year, what with the lack of a director, and I think it is helpful to hear from people in the community of how it's been useful to them, and here pointed out that people are, whether we have a functioning office or not, people are still showing up to seek support around human rights violations. Someone said human rights violations don't consider that there may be a lack of funding, which is very true. The right to play idea, I don't think I'd heard before, but thank you for bringing that up. That is a big deal. Like, equitable participation in sports is a big deal. I played club Frisbee in college, and that was formative and important for me. I think that's also one of our coaches that got transitioned and came out as a trans man then, and he wasn't playing on the team, but it had caused like some issues in his other club sport. And it was also, I think, the first time that I had, to my knowledge, met a trans person. This was before I discovered I was non-binary. This was before many of my high school classmates all came out. And now I'm surrounded by queers. And then the pet stuff, also, thank you for bringing that up. That's been I guess a longstanding issue of people not being able to bring pets into shelters, or really not having any, like, I get that pets can't come everywhere, but not having any shelter spaces, or hardly any, that people can bring pets to is, it's been an ongoing issue. I know it's been a recent issue. Like, I was just last week, maybe, talking to a guy who was seeking shelter for him and his dog, and the DSS was able to offer a hotel room for him, but the hotel wouldn't take his dog, and he wasn't gonna leave his dog because he's not gonna leave his dog, and he didn't have anywhere else. Like, the dog needed shelter too, and there wasn't anywhere else for that. He scrounged something together that night, but like, that is not ideal. So I'm glad to hear that there's energy to work on that. And when we do get to designing our purpose-built shelter, I think absolutely there needs to be pet support included in that. Thanks.
Any other legislators for privilege of the floor? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We are in recess.
She was like swaying. Yeah, we need to screen the new chair. And they she was a little off, but it's just to make sure something's
But she couldn't have been going too fast, but still, it's scary.
Okay, we are back in session. Thank you, everybody. I do not have a chair's report. There are no chair's appointments tonight. So we are up to reports by the county administrator. And is that going to be our deputy administrator tonight?
Yes, I'll start.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. So thank you. Good evening. I'm just going to reiterate a few updates that I shared earlier during our Government Operations Committee meeting. So thank you, legislators, for sharing the updates regarding the SNAP program. That was important to hear. That has currently been one of our #1 priorities in county administration as we continue to work closely alongside our Department of Social Services and our County Office for the Aging to address the ongoing interruption to residents' SNAP benefits. The emergency funding that was authorized by this body is in the process of being allocated to the Southern Tier Food Bank, and we continue to convene meetings with community partners to better understand what other gaps might be able to be addressed in terms of food access. In regards to sheltering, as you're aware, the Code Blue intermittent season has been initiated, during which time anyone in need of shelter on a Code Blue activation night can access it by visiting or contacting the Department of Social Services directly. The Code Blue shelter on Cherry Street is on schedule to open on November 24th as planned and will be available at that time 24/7 with daytime warming and overnight shelter through mid-April. VOA is our shelter operator partner, and we know that they have been busy onboarding staff and regularly engaging with community partners. And then finally, as you've heard, the Chief Equity Diversity Officer position is currently open and will close on November 9th. The search committee for that position is set to convene in the next couple of weeks. And the Director of Human Rights position is also currently posted with a closing date of November 30th. And those are my updates, unless Corsa has anything to add.
Nothing more to add. Thank you.
Questions or comments for Deputy County Administrator? I'll just say, this idea of having Code Blue open during the day has been talked about for just the last couple of years. And I personally thought it wasn't going to happen. I thought it was just too big a project for us and too expensive. And so I'm just like, so pleased. And it's really nice when your expectations are low and they get exceeded. So I just want to congratulate everyone that was responsible for making that happen.
Code Blue during the day.
Okay. Next up is County Attorney Maury Josephson.
I do not have a specific report. There'll be some information about our assistant attorney hire during Amanda's report from GO, so I will speak at that time. Otherwise, I really never thought that let me roll back, that in pursuing this position, one of the attractive aspects of it, if you recall from interviewing, was being able, as an attorney, to support the county's social services missions. I never thought that would get as nuts and bolts as working on a contract to physically deliver food to people. But it has gotten to that, and so when Amanda was talking about being both proud and humble, it's really a matter of pride and humility to actually be able to do some of that and some of the other things that my office has really the honor to support.
Questions or comments for the County Attorney? Mike?
Oh, I'm sorry, I think it's going to come up later. There was something from his office that we were going to do later.
Yes, Amanda will bring it up during GO, and then I'll talk to the issue. That's fine.
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it would come up sooner if we had Amanda do it, so that's the way we planned it, but it'll come up later. So.
All right, thank you. Director of Finance, Darrell Tuttle.
Good evening. Give me a minute, I'll share my screen.
make it easier to show my report. My first report is going to be the sales tax for September. Now this screen should be on your packet on page 6, I believe. So for the month of September, as total collected sales tax in Tompkins County was about $7 million. I apologize. $7 million, which is actually a decrease from September of last year, about 14.49%. From January to September, though, it was a 4.04% increase for the total sales tax collected in the county. Now, for just the county portion, we collected $3.9 million, which follows the same as the total collected, which is 14.9% in the negative. For year to date, January to September, the change was also 4.04%. For the municipalities outside the city, was collected was 1.9 million, which saw an increase of 1.9% from this September compared to last September. And January to September, year over year, their increase was 5.36%. The city of Ithaca was 1.1 million, which was a negative 32.3% decrease when compared to last year of September. Now, for them, if you look from January to September and compare it year to year, they did see an increase of 2.6%. Now, if you look at the bottom of the screen, it shows that we have the budgeted for the year is $43,240,000. We are at $32,609,000, so approximately 75%, which is 3/4, which is around where we should be. So that's looking good. The next one, which is page 7 of your packet, just shows a graph of displaying the information that I presented compared to years before, 2022 through 2025. It also has a little graph there showing the budget to actual. And then below is another chart showing the numbers. Now, we did see a huge decrease in September. I do want to remind you, September is a reconciliation month. It's actually a month where the state prorates their taxes that they collect based on the quarterly receipts, and they adjust it if it's lower or less. So they compare it to last year, and if it comes in less, they have to reduce it because they prorate it for the earlier months of the quarter. In addition to that, there was an amendment due to an audit, and one of the taxpayers in the region ended up being shifted to another municipality or district, the taxes, and it was actually taxes from this year and part of last year. So that makes up part of the big drop, not all of it, but there was a $1.1 million adjustment to the taxes that was made.
How does that work? I mean, how do you move somebody somewhere else?
A lot of that information is confidential. However, they did say that it was due to an audit that highlighted some items, so they had to amend their taxes, and it went back into last year.
Oh, nuts.
Mike Lane.
That's not unusual. We've been the benefit of it sometimes. And I think sometimes the store managers and other accountants in these big box stores, for example, will not really know where they are, where their store is, and they'll end up saying that you're in an adjoining county or an adjoining municipality, whether in the city or the county
Yeah,
or
but
the
it would
town.
be a different county. I mean, how do you not know what county you're in?
You misplaced some big boxes.
Oops, where am I? Okay, yeah.
Mike, are you done?
It really happens.
Any other questions or comments? Randy?
Yes, thank you. So this number that we have right now through November, that's a true number? I'm sorry, through September, it's a true number? It's not going to get adjusted again, or?
They make adjustments as it's needed. That number is what we've collected. What they make an adjustment for is, for example, they collect taxes quarterly, and they try to prorate it. So They receive it in September, so they try to give us a portion of it for the months prior, part of that quarter. And once the actual quarterly tax comes in, they adjust it based on that.
So it's a huge drop for the city. I mean, that's a huge drop from, and so somebody's comment earlier about, you think that's all the students are coming back, that's when you're going to see a big uptick in your sales, and that just didn't happen. That's fascinating.
It was an error.
They're all at Target in Lansing.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, well.
That's what.
Ann.
But are you saying this was maybe from an error and there was a correction, or not, possibly?
Part of it was due to an amendment to a sales tax. Like Mr. Lane said, sometimes they go through and they do audits and they realize that someone should have been in another jurisdiction. As to the exact amount of that, I am unclear. I did reach out to the Office of Finance and Taxation, and they gave me as much information as they could, which they said a lot of it's due to their reconciliation process to kind of adjust based on their proration method.
Right, so it doesn't necessarily mean that the students aren't buying here, this particular number. There's a reconciliation.
Deborah.
Yeah, I think that one thing we should have an eye on is our year-over-year, year-to-date is 4.04%. The Corsa sent us an email earlier today that came from DeNapoli's office that said that statewide, year-over-year, year-to-date, sales tax revenues are up 4.3%. So we're a little bit below where the rest of the state is, but not terribly much, I guess.
No, and if you actually look at the region, we're a little higher.
Oh, okay, great.
Not by much. I think the region average is 4%.
I'll also mention what we probably all know and have been told for many years. 1 month does not make a trend, so don't read too much into it yet. Anything else for Darrell?
I will add one thing. I do plan on bringing my quarterly to BCP, next BCP. However, our third quarter itself is down about 1%, 1.2% compared to last year's. That's just the quarter itself. The actual January to September is still the 4.04.
All right, thank you. We are up to resolutions to be added to or withdrawn from the agenda. Deborah.
Yes, I would like to offer a resolution urging immediate state action to reopen the Home Energy Assistance Program and protect vulnerable New Yorkers from utility shutoffs.
Shauna seconds. This is resolution F in your red folder. It'll take 10 votes to get added to the agenda. So the vote we're about to have is just to add it to the agenda. Is there any discussion? Okay. Let's have a vote then. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Randy.
Yes, I have a resolution I'd like to add to the agenda. It's Resolution G, ID 13707. It's approval of funding for deconstruction of buildings around the corner.
It's Resolution G. It's also in your red folder. Is there a second? Rich seconds. Okay, same thing. We're going to vote to add it to the agenda. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of adding it to the agenda? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we are up to the consent agenda. We have one advisory board appointment from the Health and Human Services Committee to the Community Mental Health Services Board, Amy Jackott, community member. And then the resolutions. Resolution A, budget adjustment, Tompkins County Office for the Aging, unmet needs budget increase, ID number 13623. Resolution B, budget adjustment, Tompkins County Office for the Aging, Nutrition Services Incentive Program, NSIP, budget decrease, ID number 13624. Resolution C, budget adjustment, Tompkins County Office for the Aging, expanded in-home services for the elderly program, EISEP. Budget increase, ID number 13625. Resolution D, budget adjustment, Tompkins County Office for the Aging, Title 3-C, budget increase, ID number 13626. Resolution E.
I'd like to remove that one.
Resolution E has been pulled. Can I have a vote to move the consent agenda? Travis moves, Veronica seconds. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We're up to standing and special committees, reports, and resolutions. Start with the Health and Human Services Committee. Travis Brooks, Chair.
We haven't met since the last meeting. We meet 2 weeks.
And then, let's see, you have Resolution E now has been pulled.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Randy pulled it. I did.
If you could move it first.
I would like to move, go back up here.
Resolution E has been moved. Dan Nolan seconds. Discussion. Randy.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to pull this because I just wanted to let people know that New York State provided additional funding in these programs overall. There was one reduction in total. It was about $195,000 for our seniors in Tompkins County. I just want to thank New York State for bringing that forward, and I think our Office of the Aging people do a great job of managing services, and I think this is great.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, let's have a vote then on Resolution E. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, any other comments or questions for Travis? Rich.
I guess I'd ask, would it be in order to do a motion to spend $2,500 for the food resource guides, the money that was mentioned necessary to make sure these are printed and available to the public? Defer to the committee.
I'll second that.
I'd second.
Yeah.
Shauna seconded, sorry.
Would you take that out of contingent fund?
Yes.
Okay.
Ann.
Yeah, I would just like to, I'm just not sure what went into this as far as, because the food pantry's putting out information, the localities are putting out information. I'm not sure this is this is great, and maybe this is the one, but I would just want to hear, for instance, first from the food pantries, or, well, it sounds like they went to the food pantries, the food bank, for instance, just to make sure that this has got the information also that they would want to have out before we say that this is the one, because there's stuff on the county website. I just would like to make sure it's not being duplicated, that they're not, because they're in our area, there was a bunch of stuff already printed out. I'm not sure from who.
Shauna.
I think at this point, time is of the essence. I mean, we have to get stuff out, and I mean, we're all trying to do, we're all reaching different people, I think. And so it sounds like she had checked every single one of them, is what she stated whenever she was talking to us. So I think at this point, $2,500, I mean, it's hitting all of our districts. I think we get the information out to people that need it.
Amanda.
I guess my question is for Maury. I mean, is this considered a gift? We're just giving money to someone? I mean, I don't even know if she's a person or an organization or.
There's a fiscal nonprofit sponsor through, it's on here somewhere.
The Ithaca Times.
The Ithaca Times has a
organization.
Impact Ithaca?
Yes.
Yes, Impact
Thank
Ithaca. Thank you. Wouldn't we have a contract? I mean, as long as we have a contract,
right,
it's fine.
Right. The way I would envision doing it is similar to what we did with Food Bank of the Southern Tier. We can just do a quick form of contract and get that to them and say, we're contracting with you to put these pamphlets out. You're going to use this money to put the pamphlets out, and I think one of our simple contracts would cover that.
Ann.
Yeah, can somewhere along the line this just be coordinated with the food bank of the Southern Tier, because they are also printing out information themselves. That we have, Ulysses was printing stuff out, but the food bank said they were printing stuff out, for instance, that's going to go in the boxes, that's going to go to the food pantry. Just like to coordinate, so we're not handing, that this maybe meets a need that they're not filling or something when this is being put out.
I'm going to just take a turn. I'm sympathetic to what Ann's saying. There's a little, unvetted, unresearched. Is it possible to do something like, in this resolution, contingent upon approval of the county attorney or the county administrator or something like that?
That would be friendly.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, in terms of legalities and logistics, that's fine.
Okay. Shauna?
Yeah, I just think I have one thing when looking at the brochure. It says, thank you to our sponsors, Indivisible, Tompkins, that's political group. So if they could take that part off and put Tompkins County whenever they do the reprint of that.
Irene?
Yeah, I was going to say something similar because I happen to be the sponsor for the Caroline Danby South Hill flyer, and so it says thank you to me, which that was fine for the first batch, but I think that the county would probably want to eliminate all the other sponsors and just say sponsored by Tompkins County.
Right.
Okay, so is there general support for putting a contingent in there to somebody's approval? Whose approval would that be? Maury, are you willing to accept that responsibility?
I will accept that responsibility and will coordinate that with county administration.
And is that friendly to the mover and seconder?
Friendly.
Okay. Travis?
Before we do all of that, is there somebody from the county that's going to go through all of this? Because right now, it says the town of Ithaca, doesn't say anything about the city of Ithaca. It just says the town of Ithaca.
Right.
And it has all these places located in the city.
The city in there.
So I'm wondering, if you live in the city, would you be confused because it says the town of Ithaca and not the city of Ithaca, or there isn't one that says the city of Ithaca?
I'll repeat, that's why I'm sympathetic to Ann's concerns. This has not been vetted, so I just don't know, I'm a little nervous about personally supporting it. Maury, do you have any insights?
No, I'm happy to read through them and coordinate with county administration to pick up all the things like that should come out of these. Then we could give marked up versions to the organization along with the contract and say, print these for us and get them out and we'll pay you that number of dollars.
Ann?
Personally, I would also like it to be coordinated with the food bank because they're printing them something. So I would just like, maybe they say, yeah, print those out. But they already have gone through and vetted their information. So, and they know, because they're distributing food to all these places. So could this just be somebody to talk to them first and then, for that, like, for instance, yeah, the city of Ithaca, but we have two different organizations that are doing it right now. And then if we are going to do that, then to work with the food bank so we're not duplicating and we're not printing two and everybody's getting two, and where do they need to go? They know where they need to go, the food bank. They're on the pulse of that and our social services, SNAP, and the organizations, but.
So the motion would be then, I think, I'm just thinking out loud, that the pamphlets will be reviewed by the county attorney in coordination with county administration and food bank of the Southern Tier and the Department of Social Services.
Yeah.
I think
I know it's a lot, but they're the ones working on it, yeah.
It's just a matter of sharing the drafts on, one email that everybody has a chance to review.
Okay.
Shauna, then Travis.
I think Monica is like our communications director. She should also have a big say in what this is looking like. And not to get 40 people involved, but this is what she does all day.
Well, I think that's the coordination with county administration, since that's where Monica is. So.
Norma wishes to speak.
Norma, then Travis.
He told me I could. So I would just suggest that if you all are okay with it, Let us go through this, and we will send you out an email and let you know what we think the next best course is, and set it, because otherwise we could talk about this for quite a while. Right. But we'd be happy to go through it. We'll work with Maury. We'll send you guys an email, and we'll have a plan. Does that sound fair?
Yeah. Okay. You got up to $2,500. Yeah.
Travis.
That sounds great. Annie, the food bank has put out inaccurate information already, so I don't think they are the end-all be-all for where food is being distributed. We've had to correct them several times over the last few weeks about information that they put out. I think people are just trying to get information out, get people help, get people services, and not all of it is accurate. So,
Greg.
Yeah, isn't there some saying about like not doing anything in pursuit of perfection or something? I don't really know what it is. But I feel like...
Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the possible.
Something like that. Thank you, Mike.
I always heard the enemy of the good. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
I feel like the more we chug this through the bureaucracy machine, the less impact that we have. I would feel more comfortable if county administration, that includes their full team, DSS, and the county attorney's office review this and provide us a green light. And I think tonight we authorized the $2,500. And we trust our staff to make an informed decision.
Any further discussion? Do you have a good sense of what the wording is?
We're going to authorize $2,500 from the contingent fund for the printing of brochures, pamphlets, following a review by and in coordination with the county attorney, county administrator, and Department of Social Services.
And Food Bank of the Southern Tier.
Are we going to, okay. Are we adding food bank? I see I would heads like shaking that. Yes.
They corrected, they worked with Monica and correcting some of the mistakes we had originally.
Is there anybody that objects to including the food bank in the resolution?
No.
Okay, so we're good.
Okay, and with the food bank of the Southern Tier.
I think we got it.
Okay.
And they can talk some about distribution.
I think we got it, Norma. Any further discussion? Ready for a vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Mike Sigler.
Do we have the ability to put a picture on Siren?
You can't campaign on Siren, Mike.
No, I'm just...
Emergency.
Great idea. But no, because I already posted a picture of this whole thing and people have already responded to it. So if you did that and then you put it on Siren, a lot of people would get it.
Yeah.
So while I understand people like pamphlets, I guess, I mean, I don't.
Some people don't have computers. Some people don't have phones. I mean, they tend to be.
Okay, we have already voted on this resolution.
I'm not saying don't do this.
Mike, I would encourage you tomorrow, if you want to contact the people who administer Siren and ask about that.
I'll do
follow up.
They say over there.
Mike Steitler, yeah. Okay. Anything else for the Health and Human Services Committee?
Yeah.
Next up, Housing and Economic Development Committee. Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Well, now that I know we're spendy, I'd like to make a motion. No, I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. I withdraw my motion. We last met on Wednesday, November 5th, yesterday at 3 o'clock. We had a robust meeting with lots of good discussion. We got a tourism program update. I don't know if we all remember when we authorized additional money for a consulting group to support our ACOT organizations to work through resiliency and some planning. There was a report provided by the Arts Consulting Group that went through some of the work that they did. We also had another robust discussion on the room tax, additional 1%. That did not pass out of our committee. So that will come here at the next legislature meeting from the BCP. I think you should go back and watch the HED discussion before our next meeting, but I think, and members of the committee, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll represent the prevailing opinion that more work needs to be done, and this needs to be further refined before just putting a 1% proposal up. What will it cover? What are the mechanics? Engaging stakeholders a little bit more, rather than just putting it through a committee and not having that engagement process, and really a thoughtful plan to proceed. I think that there could potentially be support for it if there was more of a fully baked, what did we use last week? Turkey? Fully baked turkey to pull out of the oven. But it just seemed a little premature at this point. So I think HED is willing to shepherd and steward that conversation with some other committees, but at this point it did not pass out of committee.
When you say it did not pass, do you mean it failed?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Sorry, yes, it failed in committee.
I wasn't sure if it didn't get introduced, that's all I mean.
No, it got introduced.
Okay.
It was debated, discussed, and failed. No, there was 1 in favor, 4 opposed, 1 not at the meeting. That's all I have.
Questions or comments for Housing and Economic Development Committee? Ann?
Yeah, I just want to add to, as Greg said, if you get a chance, try and watch that meeting. And then in the agenda packet, there was a lot of information, comparing our municipalities, around the country, similar municipalities, and what the tax rates are. And ours was already, with the sales tax, room tax, and in the city of Ithaca, an additional room tax, ours was just below the highest, which was Niagara Falls, and above quite a few. So just take a look at the graphs and charts in there.
Thanks. And just to clarify our process, so it was sent to 2 committees. It passed one, it failed the other. That still makes it to the legislature?
It'll still go to the full legislature with a notation of the results from the HED committee and from BCP, because I do believe there was a negative vote there also.
Thank you. Greg?
Yeah, one other thing. I don't believe this is premature, but the Cornell University hosts their annual Town Gown Awards, which honor campus and community collaborations. And this year, the Community Housing Development Fund, which Legislator Corman chairs in partnership with the city, county, town of Ithaca, town of Dryden, are being recognized in the 2025 Togo Partnership Awards on Saturday, 12/6 from 9:30 to 11 a.m. at Cinemapolis. I can never say that right. And it's in recognition of the what's a hugely successful partnership in creating more affordable housing units throughout the county.
Thank you. Any last thoughts for Housing and Economic Development Committee?
Dan?
Oh, sorry.
I think there's a few legislators who are going to be honored at that town gown as well.
Next up, Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. We have not met since our last legislature meeting. We are, however, meeting this coming Monday, the 10th at 1 p.m. right here. And some of the things on our agenda, we have a resolution supporting New York State action to address biosolids. And so just to recap, we had looked at a local law. It doesn't look like, as far as we could tell, that was kosher. That wasn't really, we didn't have jurisdiction to do that. So we are pushing for and urging the state to do something. And there's a lot more detail in it, but we'll talk about that on Monday. And but just also want to remind folks, we've had a lot of different advisory boards support us in either doing something or supporting the state in doing something. There's a lot of concern from a lot of different groups around the county. Then we have from Department of Planning and Sustainability, climate adaptation and resiliency work. that they do, so they'll be talking about that. And then a couple of items from recycling regarding their capital summary, average commodity revenue, which is always exciting, and establishing a unit charge for the 2026 solid waste annual fee. That's all we have.
Questions or comments for Ann? Okay, thank you. Next up, Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. I'll start out by giving the jail numbers. We're holding 55 people in the jail with 1 board out. And the next meeting of the Public Safety Committee will be on Tuesday, November 25th at 1 o'clock. And our December meeting has been moved so that we hold the meeting in time that any resolutions would reach the second legislative meeting. So we'll be meeting on December 9th at 1 o'clock. The Public Safety Committee met on October 28th, and most of our meeting was devoted to receiving the report from the Center for Governmental Research on our emergency medical services. And I think this was a report that could be of real benefit to the county. I just will open up to one page that it covered a very broad swath. It reviewed what our current situation is with all the different services that are providing EMS and suggested action items in the following categories: education and recruitment, communications, oversight, system support, the county EMS rapid medical response program, and then other county considerations. And I just wanted to indicate what the long-term outcome from our consultant, shouldn't be a surprise because it's happening across upstate, is that counties are going to have to ultimately probably be the single source provider for ambulance services. The question is over what time period. And in fact, he suggested it would occur by 2050. There were various town government officials watching who indicated probably 2035 was more likely. This is an expensive and complicated and essential transition to think about and to go through. This report will help start us down that pathway. If I always kind of wonder when somebody says you should really go back and watch a particular meeting. This one is probably worth watching, and I would say if you're continuing on the legislature or you're a new legislator, this matters because there's, again, so much money and so much importance to it, and it's comprehensive. Fortunately, I think there's some very good short-term wins we could get out of recommendations from this report. So a lot there. It was a really good presentation. Happy to try to answer any questions. And if any of the other Public Safety Committee members had anything to add about the report.
Questions or comments for Rich? Shauna.
I also thought the report was well worth the money that we spent on it. It gave us next steps, and I appreciate that they were able to touch base with our volunteer units. We were able to see where the gaps are. I wish there would have been a little bit more cooperation by one of our local vendors. But you're absolutely right, Rich. We're going to have to figure out how to make this come together, and the special taxing districts or whatever, because we heard very loud and clear that Trumansburg and Dryden are really picking up quite a few trips, and it's on the backs of their taxpayers. And so I hope over the next year to 2 years we can try and sort that out. I hope someone kind of takes the baton from you and runs with it too.
Yeah, I would add that Paul Bishop from the Center for Governmental Research agreed to come back down from Rochester to attend a TCOG, the Tompkins County Council of Governments meeting that's going to be held on December 11th at 3 o'clock. And so if anybody wanted to attend that meeting, you'd basically be able to get the presentation directly.
Veronica.
Seconding all what Rich said, including that it's anyone on the legislature next year, I'd really recommend watching that presentation. And I just wanted to add one other thing that stood out to me from it was that the what was his name again? Paul Bishop?
Paul Bishop.
Yeah. Paul Bishop was, in addition to giving a good picture of EMS here and recommendations, drew on a lot of knowledge of EMS systems across the state and examples, like comparisons and examples of some like potentially usefully innovative things that other counties are doing, or at least things we could look at. And I thought that, I suspect that's going to be very valuable. And it sounded like, I don't know where they started, but by the end of the report, they seemed very well versed in various EMS configurations across the state.
Randy.
I'll make sure I watch that meeting. Since Rich and Mike, you guys are going to be gone shortly, we haven't had another discussion about the corrections facility and whether or not that should be high on our list. Has that been discussed in your committee as to the what's the urgency for building a new corrections facility?
Well, it's in our capital plan, but I think plans are plans, and what we're seeing with the center of government building and the costs there, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussion about that. I'm wondering what that will do to the timeline for the public safety building, but the need hasn't gone away. I mean, we made a significant investment in the last couple of years that have improved the jail portion of the building, but there's some real crying needs that I think the legislature will need to address there. Particularly, what comes to mind is the cap court, the centralized arraignment part, which really has increased efficiency for our police officers in that they do not have to sit waiting for a judge. They can bring people arrested at odd hours and deposit them, and they can wait till a regularly scheduled judge appears. The city is not included in that, and the reason largely for that is that there isn't the space available to do that yet. Any renovation of the jail should probably accommodate that. And the other need that I think is sort of, we talked quite a bit about human rights, but the state, to its credit, said you can't hold 16 and 17-year-olds in your jail, but then have done nothing to create alternate facilities. And they're very specific on what is a specialized secure detention facility that can hold a youth. In practice, what's happening is we're just holding them in the sheriff's office. It's not good for the youth. It's not good for the department. We should have some space up there. I don't think the state will ever fulfill its obligations in this regard, and we should just have a space that would be far more practical and humane in those rare instances where we are holding a 16 or 17-year-old. So if we could address those needs, you know, maybe we could put off jail construction for a period of time, but we're also seeing that we have a very poorly designed jail. It's not a pod system, it's a linear system, which is really not as efficient as you want. So there's, as I said, all the needs, they haven't gone away. We need a jail, but I think this is an area where the legislature is going to have to think pretty hard about how to make it happen in a reasonable timeline. That went into opinion, I'm sorry. But,
no, that's, I want to hear it.
Mike Lane.
Rich, that wouldn't be another unfunded state mandate, would it?
Here we are.
But I did want to ask, is there news about the rapid medical response? Is there grant funding coming for that?
It sounds like there may be some additional grant funding, but there may be some requests to move from staffing it with EMTs to paramedics, which would be a significant increase in life-saving services that would be available through the rapid medical response. But in the longer term, it's quite a bit more expensive. And if we accept the grant funds and commit to doing it, we do need to think about, well, what do we do when the grant funds run out? Which is kind of what we've seen with the initial launch of rapid medical response. It's been a wonderful success, a real improvement in life safety for citizens, but we have not answered how we will pay for it in the long term. I think ultimately probably the county will end up absorbing that cost because the ship has sailed on any kind of cost share with other municipalities. And I think you could see the same thing happening with this additional grant money.
Lee.
Let me second or third go back and watch the full context of the Public Safety Committee meeting and look at the report. And that last part just scared the hell out of me. To move that element to a paramedic level may have an impact on those services that are already struggling to retain their people and continue to provide that level of service before looking at other models in the future. And the only thing I want to say, Rich, I appreciated the final part of the first part of your report in that there are some relatively cost-effective suggestions and actionable items that were outlined in the report that could go a ways toward alleviating some of the problems without moving to the next level that could be almost cost prohibitive at this point.
Yes, and our mantra, if I can use that word, all along has been trying to enhance, not replace. That there are really good, dedicated people providing EMS services in our community. We do not want to displace any of them. What we want to do is to make help carry the burden, but not unload it. You know, everybody together is much better than just us alone.
I'm going to take a turn. A couple of things about that, that report and presentation. First of all, piggybacking on where Lee was going, something that was mentioned there was doing like high school programs to feed the pipeline from youth. And I really hope we act on that one relatively quickly because I think it's realistic and it would really benefit everybody. Veronica, you mentioned about other counties in New York State, and I noticed that too, which is really good in the report. I thought that was a really good feature because A, they're operating under the same laws as us, so we know we're not comparing it to some county in Michigan or whatever that doesn't, you know, is apples to oranges, but also because, you know, we can interact with those people. We can call up Oneida County and say, how is this working for you? And, you know, I think that's going to be really valuable. And then more of a question, I guess, or whatever. Rich, that was a presentation. Am I correct that there's still a report that's not out yet?
Yeah, they put together an extensive amount of data, and they're still cleaning up some of the rough edges, and they were hoping to get some more submissions to round out some of the areas. So, you know, it certainly is, the report is late, but I'd much rather have him take more time and make sure that it's as full as we can get it. But it's coming.
Okay, very good. So there'll be something more. There's a slideshow right now you can look at, but there'll be a report eventually.
Yeah, and I don't anticipate the later report contradicting any of the conclusions reached in the presentation.
Great, thank you. Anything else for the Public Safety Committee? All right, thanks. Tompkins County, Tompkins Intergovernmental Relations Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let's see here. We had a really big meeting, and we were joined first off with TC3, and they did update us that they are right now running an EMT class, and I believe it's a 12-week class, and they're going to have some graduates of that class. They're working with Upstate Medical to do that. We were also joined by Leah Webb's office, Senator Leah Webb's office, and she gave us a really long update on quite a few things. For one, the SNAP information was that the new work requirements are going to have already been implemented, or they're actually going to start, December 1st, and they're looking for people to do the 80 hours. They can also do, and this is for able-bodied people, but as of March 1st, that will be a requirement. And so they have 3 months to essentially try and get a job, try and set up volunteer time. And then as of March 1st, that's when they're going to have that, or else they're not going to be eligible for benefits. So I think we would probably see an increase in people that are not eligible for food. My assumption would be March 1st. We also talked about DSS, how they're going to be responsible for vetting this information. We talked about the HEAP program, how there's a delayed opening, and that's going to start November 17th. But they did encourage people to keep applying. The WIC program is currently being funded. One of the things that also came up that we've been working on is our IDA resolution that we passed in this legislature, let's see here, about 7 or 8 months ago. And we were told by Senator Webb that it did pass the state Senate. However, it did not pass the Assembly. And so we are actually going to have to redo that resolution here on the legislative level. We'll have to have it go through HED again, go to the regular legislature, and then do the local law process all over again this year, in hopes that we can get it passed in the legislature and that it can cross the governor's desk this year. Let's see here. Other than that, we were also joined by Congressman Josh Riley's office, and Ithaca College also joined us this month, which was really nice. They also pointed out some concern that 20% of their students are Pell eligible, and so they also have students that receive SNAP benefits that they're concerned about. They do have an on-campus pantry that people are using, as well as TC3 students that are using it. And then Cornell joined us, and I mean, all in all, we had a really broad discussion and some really nice updates from our elected representatives. It was great for them to be able to show up for our last meeting this year. Deborah, did I forget anything?
Oh, we could go into Cornell's concerns. Yeah, Cornell spent a lot of time telling us how poor they were. Apparently, they had been spending more than they were taking in, and the administration's policies have exacerbated what was termed a pre-existing problem. One of the things they did mention that was interesting was that they were concerned about their foreign students. They're concerned that their foreign students maybe won't come back. They're also concerned that applications from foreign students will fall off considerably given the general atmosphere in the country. And I guess foreign students are really important to their well-being.
I think it was also, I thought it was really nice of you, Mike, to bring up the fact that Cornell has also had $800 million of contributions from their alumni this year. So that was really good information too. Thank you.
Randy.
Yes, Sean, I was listening to an interview with Josh Riley, and he was talking about putting medical personnel in schools. And he thought that was a really good idea for a lot of reasons, and I support that idea. So I don't know if you speak to them next, I'd be glad to work with them on that. It's already, the infrastructure's already there. And I think that it would make a lot of sense, and so many people are struggling just to find doctors. And
absolutely.
Whatnot, so.
It's interesting because this actually was taken up at the Lansing School Board about 4 or 5 months ago, and they do not want doctors in schools. However, in Ithaca and BOCES, it seems like there is a big yes to that. So it should probably be decided by the school district. But no, I agree. I think it's so helpful. I mean, what we're hearing from the doctors that are working at ICSD is that they're able to help kids who do not have a pediatrician. They're able to help them with help with like diabetes, help with, you know, some of their medicine, vaccines, just basic care that our kids aren't getting. And the whole idea is that they're a bridge to actually getting them in the door with a pediatrician that will follow them.
Deborah.
I think that would be extremely important as well, because what we're seeing is the continual loss of healthcare providers in rural counties. And I'm sure that Congressman Riley is concerned about this because he recognizes that most of his district is rural.
Anything else for the Tiger Committee? Next up, Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Thank you. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee met the Wednesday of last week, and we had a couple major discussions in the meeting. One of them in the first half was about the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer position. Legislator Champion came to preview the resolution that she brought to GO, the Government Operations Committee, earlier today, and that I think will be coming to the full legislature eventually, about the possibility of codifying that position in the charter. I know there was a bunch of discussion at GO today about that, which people can watch. I would also encourage folks to go back and listen to the WDIC discussion as well, sometime between now and voting on this. Then the second main thing was we had Lisa Monroe from the Office for the Aging there to present on their equity indicators. They do a lot of stuff. The particular indicator, the thing that they are choosing to track has to do with their food access and assistance. In particular, measuring availability, perceived health benefits and needs, and preferences for food among the aging population. Lisa said that they do, just as a matter of course, they get feedback from the folks who receive their meals, both at congregate meal facilities and home delivered meals, but they don't, as a matter of course, receive input from people who are not receiving their meals, though, you know, they may want or need food support for whatever reason. And so they're embarking on a survey to reach a much wider swath of the older adults in the county to learn about what are their food needs, just in terms of ways to access types of food, literal food preferences, what are the barriers, and so on. She also, two other things. I guess speaking of inclusion, Lisa also mentioned the issue of ageism, and which is probably not talked about enough, but is a very common form of discrimination. And now I'm interjecting like personal anecdote, but my first year on the legislature, I remember going to the Office of the Aging, I think just with Randy, to like meet the office, and there's a poster in there about ageism, and it had just some examples of like ageist things people say, and I can't remember at the moment, but they, you know, like, I'd like to think I'm reasonably enlightened at not like using discriminatory language, but I looked at some of those and was like, oh, this had not occurred to me. So it's worth taking a look into. And becoming older is the one thing that we are all for sure doing. And hopefully we get there if we're not already. Yeah.
At times it's overrated.
Yeah. All right. One other thing just saying.
Some of us are old.
Some of my best friends are old.
Somebody want to define old?
I'm gonna melt. One thing that was cool that came up in that discussion at WDIC was, so this meeting happened to be the day after the Public Safety Committee meeting that we just talked about, and one of the things that had come up in the consultant's presentation about EMS was the prevalence of EMS calls that are for falls, like someone has fallen and either just needs help getting up or is injured or something. I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was running at like about 12% of calls answered by like any of the ambulance services were for falls. And fall prevention is also a big thing that our Office for the Aging works on. And so that wasn't the topic of the equity indicator, but we had a nice little discussion about that. It so happens that the assistant director of our 911 center is a member of WDIC. So that was just a very exciting, like, cross-department, cross-committee synergy moment. And finally, I will remind people or tell you if you haven't seen that we are still accepting nominations for the Leslyn McBean Claiborne Strength and Diversity Award. You can find a press release went out about it. Thank you, Monica. You can find the link to nominate someone on the website. This is someone who, like, a person or entity who's made significant contributions to diversity and equity in Tompkins County, and just to be honored with an award. Nominations close November 9th, and our little subcommittee to review them will be meeting at the end of next week.
Questions or comments for the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee? Ann?
Yeah, just to add on to what Veronica was saying about, again, I can't remember the number, 10 or 20% of the calls for assistance in the home are for falls. And so a couple of things came out of that that kind of struck me was, if you're, whether it's someone who's elderly or someone who has a disability, or whether it's even yourself, if somebody that lives alone, if you have one of those, I don't have the type of watch, but I think there's some, if you're getting iPhone watches or whatever you guys call them, they will detect your fall. So if the watch detects your fall, you have your watch with you, and you can make a call to somebody, because they said a lot of times you fall and maybe you can't get up. It's maybe you're not really hurt, but you just literally can't get up. And they said if you called or you had one of those emergency necklaces, if you got, because we're going through this with my mother-in-law, and we're telling her, if you think you're okay, when call on your emergency well, we give her one that detects a fall. Some of these things don't detect a fall. So this one we got for her does detect if she falls. And we said, if you think you're okay, have them call us. And we will come over first, because we're close by, and we'll, evaluate you or help you up if you seem to be okay. But if you're calling, if emergency services come, it's most likely a trip to the hospital. So an ambulance is coming, and you have to get evaluated at the hospital. So one of the things they're also looking at in Department of Emergency Response is a model that's already started somewhere else, that we would have the certain staff that could be able to evaluate people in their home to see if they needed to go to the hospital. Because right now, the people going out aren't able to evaluate them. I will say that working in a nursing home, that if you can't evaluate somebody and they have to go to a hospital, there's just, really unnecessary, a lot of things that happen, and a lot of costs and all these things. So if we can help people, to stay in their home, be independent, and have those emergency things. Plus, if they're stuck at home and you don't have a way to even call anybody, that's a whole nother thing.
Anything else for the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee? Okay. Next up, Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Mike Lane, Chair.
The Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, the premier committee, has not met since our last legislature meeting and my last report. We will meet again on Thursday. That's November 13th at 9 o'clock. Deborah, anything?
Just that we're going to be passing an awful lot of bonds.
That's right, a lot of money.
Yep.
Questions or comments for the Budget Committee? Rich?
I just wanted to give everybody a heads up. I'm not making a motion for a budget amendment this evening, but I was told hold off until the 18th, our next meeting. But I do plan at this point to bring a budget amendment to add some funding for the College Initiative Upstate and the Endeavor House. There's an amount that would allow both of them to continue. It's a lower amount of funding than we looked at before, but I think those programs are really have great impact for certain people, like 34 people I think they mentioned in College Initiative Upstate, and the residents of Endeavor House. If they can't stay there, there's nowhere for them to go. So anyway, I hope you guys will think about it, and you won't be surprised at our next meeting. Thanks.
Anything else for the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee? Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee, no report. Downtown Facilities Special Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. We met on Tuesday. It was our longest meeting to date. We talked about many things. We spent a lot of time on the deconstruction or demolition of the 3 buildings over here on Tioga and Buffalo Street. And I have a resolution for that. I've had one recommendation that we deal with this resolution after our executive session. I'm not sure how people feel about that.
I would prefer to do it right now, but it's one vote. Anybody else have an opinion?
I think maybe the discussion in executive session provides some broader context, but I know it's not typically something that to come out of executive session and then take action or vote, but that was my only thought.
Mike Lane.
I'm okay with moving forward now.
Travis.
I trust Randy's opinion.
What is your opinion, Randy?
No pressure.
I think we should wait till after the executive session.
Okay. Dan Nolan.
I was going to say that I trust Randy as well.
Okay. Anybody else? So we can do that. Yeah, we'll have to work on some logistics, but no problem. Okay. Anything else for Downtown Facilities Special Committee? Next up, Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shirtlift, Chair.
Facilities and Infrastructure has not met since the last meeting, but we will be meeting 2 weeks from today on the 20th at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Questions or comments? Facilities and Infrastructure. Okay, thank you. Next up, Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. Save the best committee for last. We met today at 2 o'clock and had a lot of good conversation about a variety of different things. Everyone's favorite resolution will be coming in about 2 weeks or in December to our yearly 2 weeks to our annual designation of newspaper that narrowly squeaked by in committee, so I hope we will have enough votes. We did not talk about the flag policy, but we did set the date, or well, this will also come to the legislature, but the date of the organizational meeting, which would of course be not the first Tuesday, because the first Tuesday is New Year's Day. So it will actually be second Tuesday. Right, Katrina? It's like this.
Yeah, we'll have to work out some.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something. I mean, if we need to have a meeting and stuff and committee members and all that.
Yeah. Okay, and yes, we talked about the proposal that I brought forward about adding the position of Chief Equity and Diversity Officer into the county charter. I've talked with a lot of you about that. I believe it's also going to come to Budget Committee in a couple of weeks. Those of you I haven't talked to about it, I'm happy to have a call, or if you want to know more, please, let's talk. Other than that, I have one thing to discuss related to the Office of the County Attorney, and we had a motion, so Maury, I'm going to let Maury talk about it, because you're going to say it much more concisely than me.
Okay. This is the motion that I asked Amanda or any member of the committee to make at government operations today and now at this time. And the motion is, I move to authorize a conditional appointment for an assistant county attorney, a lawful permanent resident of the United States, duly sworn and licensed to practice law by the state of New York, pending their naturalization as a citizen of the United States of America prior to December 31, 2026. The reason for requesting that motion be made is after our search, the preferred candidate for the position, who is a licensed attorney in New York, who has both a legal degree and a Master of Laws degree, is not yet a citizen of the United States. And this would allow us to move forward with hiring her pending her naturalization. Her naturalization is relatively, I shouldn't have said her, that's too much identifying information. The candidate has a relatively easy case for citizenship. Her waiting period is, the candidate's waiting period.
That ship has sailed, Maury. Just forget it. That turkey's out of the oven.
The ship of fools has sailed. Had to get a lyric in there. But basically, it's really a pleasure to introduce this. The candidate is comfortable with the uncertainty because they're quite certain, given the circumstances, that it'll take a matter of months for their citizenship to be approved. During that time, any public officer duties that the candidate or the new assistant attorney would be performing would be under my license in any event. And she is a licensed attorney, and the oath of to become licensed as an attorney in New York is identical to the oath of a public officer. So given that that we're comfortable with this and that the candidate is comfortable with this, I respectfully request that that the motion be made and that it be approved.
And I would make that motion.
Mike Lane seconds. Further discussion? Maury, when would we expect this candidate to start?
I will talk to the candidate tomorrow. The plan is hopefully for the candidate to start on November 24th.
Okay. Any last discussion before we vote? Everyone clear what we're voting on? All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I can't wait to identify the candidate in person and introduce the candidate to you.
Mike Lane, you had your hand up before. Did you? No, you're good. Just want to clarify, the first meeting, the first legislature meeting of 2026 is January 6th.
Yeah, sorry, I was unclear.
No problem. Mike.
There was something I just remembered. Amanda, one of the things that we had a brief discussion about, and I thought was kind of important, was the fact that with so many people leaving the legislature, and they're going to have to be thinking about committees for January if the chair who was elected in January decides to push everything over a month the way we have the past few years. And I just think it's pretty important for whoever might be chair next year to start thinking about how that's going to be structured and maybe try to get the committees formed earlier.
Yeah, and Katrina and I have talked a little bit about that, and it's possible for the committees that meet first, the very beginning of the year, that maybe either they could be pushed back or they could be postponed if there's not urgent business that those first couple of weeks of January. It might make sense. I mean, on GO, Greg will be the only returning legislator, so he would have to like do everything and be the chair, because I know he wants to be the chair of GO.
Oh, God help us.
Katrina and I also were talking about this, and so far at least we both feel, correct me if you disagree, that the chair, who's ever elected chair, could constitute a committee. That's one of their powers, temporarily, no problem, take care of business. Right?
So you're
Yes.
saying that they could just appoint an ad hoc committee if necessary? Okay.
They could appoint for purposes of quorum, just to.
Thank you.
And if there's no business, we wouldn't have to hold those committee meetings anyways.
Ooh, we get the month off.
We used to do it that way. Okay. Anything else for government operations?
No.
Okay, we are up to, thank you. We are up to individual member filed resolutions. We had another one, right?
Yeah.
Resolution F. Yep. Deborah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to offer Resolution F, ID 13701. Tompkins County urges immediate state action to reopen the Home Energy Assistance Program and protect vulnerable New Yorkers from utility shutoffs.
Travis seconds. Discussion.
If I may,
Please.
this problem with HEAP was one of the things that came up at our Tiger meeting. While we were focused primarily on the food insecurity that's being created by the holdup on SNAP, there's also concern as we head into what may be an extremely cold winter, that there is also no federal funding coming forward on a timely basis for HEAP. So we're asking that the state come forward and fund that in the interim, and also that there be a moratorium on utility shutoffs until the SNAP suspension is over, because people are otherwise going to be in a position of choosing between staying warm and staying fed.
Discussion. Ready to vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, somebody want to move the minutes to the previous meeting, October 21st, 2025, and October 28th, 2025? Amanda moves.
Thank you.
Mike Sigler seconds. Discussion. Okay, let's have a vote then. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Is there any unfinished business? Okay, in a minute, I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session. The executive session would be for the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities, or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. Somebody want to move that? Greg moves, Travis seconds. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. It is possible that we will take action when we come out. Not guaranteed, but it's possible. Okay, so we are in recess until we can get the executive session going.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's what I have, 54 days, 1 hour and 4 minutes.
No, don't be sorry. I kind of funded it. I just didn't want to, take your job. It's fine when you don't do stuff. Okay, we are back in open session. Does anyone want to move Resolution G? Deborah Dawson moves Resolution G, and Randy seconds? Sure. It was Randy's, well, whatever. It's all good. Whatever. Okay, discussion. Resolution G, approval of funding for deconstruction of buildings. Any discussion?
Thank you.
You ready to vote then? Yep. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, motion to adjourn. Veronica moves. Deborah seconds. All in favor? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.